Felaheen says, what if Nessie is actually an aquatic bird? Felaheen. Well, well, well. What is that? What?
What? What? What?
If it isn't the Loch Ness cormorant there. There's certainly a bunch of lake monster sightings that are birds. Which I think is fun. But yeah. We'll be talking about that too.
Big old dust devil coming our way. Oh boy. Oh shoot! Everybody okay? Welcome to Wyoming. At least it was quick. We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know. We'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay. But
if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Holy cow! Do I appreciate that?
Another amazing month with so much fantastic content. Thank you for the brilliant trip to see the turtles in Florida. I can't wait for the next adventure out in the field digging up dinos and learning so much more.
So soon,
Thank you for making science content so accessible.
I appreciate you saying that, Niffler. Thank you for your kind words and for your ongoing support. Skull, and we can kind of, here, if you want to hold that. It's not heavy. And you could drop it, it's fine, it's just plastic. The other day.
Let's take the head off. But yeah, so you see, here's the dentary, and these are the post-dentary bones. And in there, see that big?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking down on there.
Yeah, that little bowl right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this is, post-dentary, cerangular, And you can see these fractures because of the way this thing had collapsed. This maxilla goes and you can see it drops down, there's more of it. Mm-hmm. But if you look over there is a beautiful maxilla.
Look at that. Yeah. Right
That's
here.
one of the things that you can just name that dinosaur after that maxilla.
So you're looking at like the lingual side right there, so you're looking at like you're inside the mouth at the right
you see a little
maxilla.
juvenile.
Look at those teeth. Hi there, pal. A good day? I'm having a good day. Sorry we're making so much noise over here in your home. These folks will be gone in about a week and a half. I'll be gone tomorrow morning, so we won't have to worry about me trudging around up here anymore. But, you are beautiful. Look at you. Very nice. So this is a relic that we were talking about earlier. So it's also a squamate, a lizard. So those giant sea reptiles evolved from something not too different from who you're seeing right now. Edmontosaurus. Check that out. Holy cow. It's so big it doesn't even fit in the frame. Look at that right there. Look at that. Truly impressive, if you ask me. I think that is pretty darn cool. Look at it. And let's put the lower jaw on too. Oh, cool. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's not cool,
Yeah, I mean,
nobody likes false modesty.
This is your life. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's my life. I love what I do. I know I've been doing this over 50 years. Every bone is just just as exciting as the first one. I mean, you know, what else is like that?
Yeah. Good stuff. So quickly on its feet, it's like pieces of a puzzle, but I love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Wait, who are you? Oh, okay. and then it's what is it, Katy Perry? Yes, we're sending you to Hollywood. And Luke Bryan, yes. And then Lionel Richie, yes. You're gone.
I have sun gear.
Larrybug says, say something cool and interesting though.
Jeff had done a bunch.
Something cool and interesting
There's
though.
a gang. These two people that are gone at the moment.
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants! Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus are, they were what we call coeval. So they lived at the same time and the same place in the Morrison biota, this kind of series of ecosystems that's preserved in the Morrison Formation. So Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus would have encountered one another. They would have lived side by side. In fact, you could say...
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Yeah, maybe not quite roommates, but they definitely...
But this would have been, now we're 8:30, so that's the end of August. We started at Don's place probably, and then we came over here. And then we worked, so that's August. Yeah, 31st of August. Yeah. So we worked in a little bit that year, up until, yeah, and then we get to 9/4. It looks like we did a fair amount.
What's our specimen number up to now? 102?
Yeah, so I think we hit it pretty hard in 2008. We did most of our time out here.
Got a lot of bones out in 2008?
Oh yeah, then there's 2009.
Nice.
Oh yeah, 9 is when we really hit it hard. It looks like we probably stayed exclusively over here.
Okay.
In 2009.
Nice.
Yeah. There's 08, and then now I usually work end of one year, beginning of another.
Yeah.
But yeah, then there's a bunch in 08. And we get up to...
Shoot. 452. Oh, look at those luscious lashes. Reminds me of me, you know? Yeah. Going. But yeah. So A, is evolution A, the metamorphosing of animals as they grow and develop? B, creatures growing better adapted to their environments through their lifetimes? C, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations? Or D, if humans evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? It's not going to be this that I can't say. Family-friendly stream here. This sounds like something you'd yell to another boater, though, when they cut you off at the marina. And, you know, here it almost looks kind of ponderous and slow. And, you know, dragging its tail on the ground right there. We know these animals did not drag their tails. That tail should be held aloft. Right up in the air like that. Waving those dorsal plates around saying, hey, look at me. Yeah.
Then I walked around to the other side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock and I turned it over.
It was the skull, isn't it? Was it the skull? I promise I haven't seen this before. Was it the skull there?
Side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock and I turned it over, and there's this dinosaur skull staring back.
Bingo.
So if you have the skull on one side,
and also it's got this big area on the lower jaw, this massive excavation for as a muscle attachment. So not only, so mosasaurs are often, you know, reconstructed as these fairly sleek things looking very Komodo dragon-like, but I really want to work with some paleo artists because Gnathomortis and Prognathodon specifically, they've got the same shelf for these large muscles that you see on collared lizards.
Oh.
So if you've ever seen a collared lizard, they've got these big, massive jowls. We're reconstructing our Prognathodon and Gnathomortis incorrectly if we don't give them those big, massive jowls.
Interesting.
Because then they've got the corresponding shelf on the squamosal bone up here too. So they've got these massive muscles, which are in collared lizards and other things that have them, tied to a stronger bite force.
Right.
The question I always get, if it goes in the chat, no, I haven't calculated what that bite force is.
Cool. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it's a fearsome beast just like you. Just like you. Let's see those teeth on you. Let's see those cat lips. No? I'm sorry. We won't torment you. No, we won't do that. We won't. Oh, hi. You having a good afternoon? Hope so. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah. This image is not to scale. I want to make that very clear. But North and South America used to be separate. And then during the, what is it, the Miocene or Pliocene? They joined up. So sea levels dropped, and then the continents moved together to the point where there was a land bridge in between, like there is today. And all these critters from up north got to move south, and these critters from down south got to move north. We call this GABI, the Great American Biotic Interchange. That's a cool shirt, Nick. SDSU Geology?
I designed this shirt.
You designed that?
That's right.
That's so cool. Can we see the back?
Yeah. Complete man.
That is awesome. Holy cow. Is that Mission San Diego on top?
It's one of the missionary Spanish-style buildings that are like the center point of our school.
That's really cool.
And that's the San Diego stratigraphic column.
Really neat. Yeah, subsurface geology. Awesome.
That's right.
That's really neat, Nick. Holy cow.
Thanks, Dan.
No.
I want to show you.
The edge of town on the coast there is dinosaur Cretaceous.
Okay. Yeah.
Sediments coming right up.
Yep. Oh yeah, we have huge ammonites, Cretaceous ammonites just sitting in the walls in the oil and stuff. You can't get them out. There's a little fossil over there.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where Aletapelta was from, right? From San Diego.
I worked on that.
Yeah, which should have been California's state fossil, honestly. State dinosaur.
For sure.
Yeah, but Augustinophus, whatever, I guess. At least we have a state. If anyone ever accuses me of being too, I don't know, being a killjoy about dinosaur reconstructions, like, oh, that's not accurate, like, nah, finger wag. Remember this stream, because these are some pretty inaccurate dinosaurs. These are very out of date, and yet they're lovely, and they make me really happy. And it's because I can appreciate them in their historical context, you know? These were fairly okay dinosaurs. Trick Track says, Super Mario told me to jump on them? What?
What?
Don't jump on turtles. It's not a good thing to do. Goodness. You know, people talk about video games
sparking violence in the real world. You're proving their point there, Trick Tracks. These violent video games, you know?
And Iliumworks says it's so worth it, the world needs all the science outreach it can get. Did anybody else see that coming? Just ambushed. My goodness. I don't think that's ever happened to me.
This reads like a beat poem, you know? Like you read it like a beatnik. The sky was too fast to catch, man, on the bird bath, but settled on the hills, shot through the dirty glass. But if I had gone outside, it would have flown. As it is, he still spotted me, man.
He's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend. And yeah, teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
Yeah, dude, guys, you gotta have to follow this. This is one of my favorite ASMR channels. You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love it, yeah.
And is that dotted bit an impression of the skin? It is, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you. I almost forgot. This is an impression of the skin right here. This kind of pebbly texture like this. That is duck-billed dinosaur skin. Pretty neat. These guys must have had such tough skin in order to have it be preserved like this. We're not talking about like kind of leathery skin like on an elephant. We're talking about like pebbly, almost like on a Komodo dragon, but much, much bigger. You know, tough skin. Tough enough that when most of this animal rotted away, bits of the skin were still there and got buried in the sand along with the bones. So, pretty darn cool, right? Yeah. David L. Jones wrote the book on cycads. The book is called Cycads. Some good stuff. Yeah. All right. I'll leave you to it. Enjoy your meal. And there's another one. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hi there. Right there at the very end of the Cretaceous. And then they found the crater. It's named after the local like seaside town on the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. That's called Chicxulub is the name of the town. I think it might be Nahuatl, the language. But anyway, yeah, it was like people exploring for oil were mapping the ocean floor there, and they just found this big rim of the crater. And I think it's a couple 100 miles wide or something. It's very, very big. So it would correspond to an object about 6 or 7 miles across, like about the size of San Francisco. And yeah, there's been tons of work done in this since then, and it all points toward an asteroid impacting at that site 66 million years ago, at the same time that you get the disappearance of the non-bird dinosaurs and a bunch of their friends. Ammonites, plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, a bunch of plants. To become a paleontologist is to start working in a museum. If you have a museum near where you live, try to start working in that museum. Whether it's as a volunteer or even a custodian or whatever you can do to put yourself in that museum and start talking to scientists, start talking to other paleontologists. Become involved in the museum there, and that can be your fast track to a career in paleontology. That is what I started doing when I was in high school. I was, I think, 14 years old when I started working at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Here I am working on, we're in the middle of Thursday Birds Day right now, which is our weekly celebration of the fact that dinosaurs never went completely extinct.
We have thousands of species of birds still around today. Not like this, but birds are big.
Knew this level was early Cretaceous,
Right.
but we thought it was younger. We thought it was above the calcrete, and it had just been altered to this silica, this chert. And no, this is a whole different bed down here. So that was a big discovery. That's how we discovered there was a lower. And this has always been mapped as Morrison.
Yeah.
Most of this valley is mapped as Morrison in the old maps.
So they got it wrong. Yeah.
I wonder how was anyone going to know better.
Yeah.
In fact, they used that sand, the poison strip, to define the base of the Cedar Mountain.
That's really funny.
Mappable unit. So this whole bowl was Morrison, and started looking at what we knew. So there's probably be a lot of yellow cacks. But
if you're looking for like a comprehensive encyclopedia about dinosaurs, you can't get much better than Thomas Holtz's, I think, 2007 book. Dinosaurs, the most complete, up-to-date guide for people of all ages, or something like that. It's a green book. Holtz, Holtz is the author. It's a little out of date at this point, but it's really good. Still holds up in a lot of ways. If you're looking for more of a book to read cover to cover, I'd really recommend the writings of Michael Novacek. He's mostly a mammal paleontologist. I think he might still be curator of paleontology at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. But his kind of fieldwork autobiography from 2002, I think, called Time Traveler.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Get it up. Nice.
Very nice.
Let's get it done a better surface. Oh, she's heavy. Okay, nice job, guys.
Yeah.
I don't see any bone, do you?
No.
Good.
I don't either. We're looking good.
We did it. Now we can start whittling this thing down, and we'll take it down.
Very nice.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, excellent.
Awesome. All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Sorry. It's been an unusual week, in a good way. I'm glad you're here. If anyone's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Whether that's streaming live from the field, like in some of the clips that you saw there. Spent 7 weeks in the field so far this year. 8 if you count the trip to Florida to work with leatherback turtles. Whether we're out in the field or whether we're here in my office in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It is a beautiful day today. A little foggy. Over San Francisco Bay, you can barely even see the Golden Gate. But there's the city there, and here's Berkeley. This is where I got my start in paleontology down there, like I was saying in one of the clips earlier. Anyway, whether we're out in the field or here in the office, the whole point of these streams is to give you a first-hand look into how paleontology really works. Whether it's excavation, whether it's going over new scientific papers as they're published, like we did last week, whether it's interviewing other paleontologists, whether it's, doing 3D printing and talking about the morphology of these fossils. We're going to be continuing our assembly of the Diabloceratops skull today. Or whether we're just kind of doing Q&A like we do for probably the majority of the runtime here.
Tradoon!
The whole point of these streams is to try and show you rather than tell you what paleontology is really like. So, welcome, and let me know if you've got any questions. It's kind of what we're all about here. So good to see everybody, and sorry I wasn't there yesterday. Lordy and I went on a little trip to Monterey, California. Here's me and a model of a leatherback turtle. They don't have any real leatherbacks there, obviously. You can't keep those in captivity when they're adults.
Tradoon!
But anyway, always have to take a picture with the leatherback sculpture made of discarded plastic. Anyway, really nice little, kind of half-day getaway. Just got back today, and things are good. So yeah, welcome back, everybody. But who's here in the chat? Kanto Arcade, Charlie's Dragon, Golganek, howdy howdy, Murph, what's shaking? Charlie's Dragon, thank you for all your hard work answering questions in the chat.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Kennedy 104, 50 months of support there. Thank you,
I
thank
started
you.
watching when Danny was 17.
There you go, Kennedy, apparently. Yeah, 50 months. It's almost... It's almost a whole year, right? Thanks, Kennedy. I appreciate you. By the way, those Taco Bell gift cards you sent me have been keeping me fed while I've been on the road in the field this summer. Thank you again for that, Kennedy. And next week, when I have to go back to Utah, yeah, I'm not gonna starve, thanks to you. You take the starving part out of the phrase starving scientist. And I appreciate you for it, Kennedy. Thank you for that direct material support. Yeah. Bagheera says, do turtles outdate dinosaurs? Oh, do they predate dinosaurs? Are turtles older than dinosaurs? The answer is no, they do not. Turtles first show up in the Triassic, a little bit after the first dinosaurs, probably. Although it's a little hazy, you know? There was an interesting new paper that came out about that recently. We could go over that if you'd like to. Yeah. And turtles and tortoises are not dinosaurs either, Eddie, indeed. No, here. I guess we're just jumping right into the Q&A. This is great. Here's a handy image that I like to show off to the chat. You can actually get this as a poster at 252mya.com. It's good stuff. But what is a dinosaur and what isn't? Here, the way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry, what we call phylogeny, their evolutionary relationships. So when we say that all the dinosaurs are related to each other, we don't just mean that they all look similar. We mean that they literally came from the same ancestor. So they're related to each other in the same way that you're related to your cousins, or you're more closely related to your siblings. The reason why you're more closely related to your siblings is you have a more recent common ancestor with your siblings than you do with your cousins. Sure, with your cousins, you might have the same grandparents, but you've got the same parents as your siblings, if you have siblings. It's the same with the grand tree of life. We classify living things based on what they're actually related to. Not based on vibes, not based on what they look like or how they make us feel, but based on their actual familial relationships, how these different species split and gave rise to new species. They make this grand tree of life like we have here on at onezoom.org. So there we go. Jump to any species on here and see how it's related to other species, how far or how close it is to other species. Here's us right there, you and me, Homo sapiens. Our closest living relatives are the bonobos and the chimps, and then after that the gorillas, and after that the orangutans, and after that the other old world monkeys and apes. And keep going out further and further and further until eventually you get to all life on Earth. This grand tree of life. So anyway, with dinosaurs, in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur. That is, by definition, what a dinosaur is. Now, crocs are over here. They're related to dinosaurs. They're also part of Archosauria, but think of them as like cousins to the dinosaurs. They're not true dinosaurs themselves, but they're close in the grand scheme of things. Turtles are a bit further away. In fact, turtles should actually be like right here. It's kind of weird that they're there. And then, you know, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, etc. are elsewhere. This is what constitutes a dinosaur. It has to be part of the dinosaur branch of the reptile family tree. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Kikoshi says, do you think we would be alive if non-avian dinosaurs didn't die out? No. I don't think that. I don't think we ever would have evolved. I don't think primates ever would have evolved necessarily if it hadn't been for the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. We're pretty lucky, you know? And Flugfist says, what animals do we have today that we can call dinosaurs? These guys right here. What do we call them?
Bird.
Yeah. Birds are literally living dinosaurs. And we know this because we can tell that they evolved from earlier feathered dinosaurs. There's a lovely Mark Hallett painting. And I like to show. Here it is. Beautiful. Yeah. This is slightly fanciful. This guy here should have feathers. In fact, the first dinosaurs may have actually had feathers. We're still not sure. But the ancestor of birds would not have been scaly like this. It would have had feathers. This is a little, like, troodontid type critter. But yeah, birds are just a weird kind of dinosaur. So yeah. Anyhow. And Lacey Call says, amazing channel. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Tribune.
Yeah. And Lilith Vartan says, maybe I'm a dinosaur? If your parents weren't dinosaurs, Lilith Vartan, then you don't get to be. That's... Sorry. I don't make the rules. It's just how it is, you know? So, yeah. Eddie Indeed says, one question. To what extent can the apparent evolutionary diversification of a Mesozoic vertebrate clade be considered a genuine biological radiation? This is gibberish. Eddie Indeed. I hope you didn't just, like, grab that from an LLM. This isn't some AI trash. You're smarter than that. You don't have to rely on crutches like this. That question doesn't make any sense. Artifact of Lagerstadt bias, differential preservation. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like throwing buzzwords at the wall and hoping that something sticks. I don't know. We do have generally a pretty stringent no AI policy on this channel. I don't know. I'll put it this way. If somebody couldn't be bothered to actually write something themselves, why should I be bothered to read it? You know? It's just wasting everyone's time. And I'm not into it. So I'm not mad at anybody, just, you know, keep in mind. We don't have time for AI slop here. Yeah. Anyhow. Galaxy Greg says, please don't say birds or dinosaurs around my green wing macaw. She doesn't need to get any more full of herself. Maybe work on that attitude issue with her before letting her know that she is a dinosaur. But, you know, if she reads enough, she will find out eventually. You can't keep that information from her. It's not fair. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. The One Who Watch says, if you could travel back to one specific moment in Earth history, what would you want to see? Oh, boy. I've asked this question before to colleagues in the field, even way back during, like, my first field season, 2011. Remember, I asked this, and the general consensus that everybody came to.
Still, I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Kindred Soul, 13 months of support.
Paleo Apato 1, Paleo
Tier
Apato
3,
2,
no less.
Paleo Apato 3, Paleo Apato 4.
I appreciate that, Kindred Soul. Tier 3 is not going to sneeze at. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Eat good in Utah? Thank you, Kindred Soul. I'm looking forward to it. I hope I do. Yeah. Anyway, what is the one event in Earth history that would be the most astonishing to see? I asked this to my crewmates back in 2011 when we were excavating the Yoshi's Trike site. So we can find do we have a crew photo? Let me see if I have that real quick. Crew photos, 2011. This is back when I was a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, probably fairly irritating undergraduate. Oh, this might be the best we're gonna get. Right there. I had a really crummy phone camera at the time, too. On a flip phone. I think it was a Motorola Tundra at the time. There's Crew Chief Lee Hall right there. There's Denver Fowler. There's Warwick Fowler, Denver's dad. There's Alessandro Chiarenza, who now is a big name in the world of vertebrate paleontology. And there's Lou, one of our volunteers. Anyway, I asked this to these guys and some other crew members too, and I think it was Lee who came up with the winning answer that everybody's like, oh yeah, I picked that answer too. It would be the creation of the moon. The collision of, goodness, what are these, the pre-planetary bodies, what are they called? It's like Theia and Luna or something? But that would have been astonishing to see. So it's thought that when the Earth was still forming, when it was still kind of cooling from a molten state, about, what is this, about 4.5 billion years ago, give or take, there was another celestial body that slammed into it, and they both kind of broke apart, and there was this big just mess of dust and crud circling around that eventually coalesced into the moon. That would have been one of the most, probably the most astonishing thing in Earth's history. Like, as much as I would like to pick something dinosaur related, I kind of feel like this takes the cake. Here we go. Here we go, from NASA. Information about 4.5 billion years ago. That's not what I'm looking for, actually. This is after the moon is already there. What we're looking for is that collision. Give me just a second here. This'll work. A fresh take on the origin of Earth's moon. Wow! So 2 molten bodies just after, like, the formation of the solar system. This new supercomputer simulation shows the moon may have formed in just a few hours. Isn't this cool, Charlie's Dragon? Just amazing. Pretty wild. The simulation starts with the collision of a Mars-sized body with our own planet. Wow! And you see how it deforms due to the gravity as it approaches? So these are not solidified yet. They're still molten. And watch this. It starts to go glorp like that. Wild. Debris from the impact forms into 2 bodies. The smaller of the 2 will become the moon, right there, and the rest is going to be absorbed into the Earth.
And Andy's back. Hey, good to see you. Andy, hello, hello. Simulation of the Chicxulub tsunami? I've seen a few, yeah. Is there a new one that's particularly enthralling? If you've got a link, I'd love to see it. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. So that would have been pretty awesome to see. Oh, and sorry, Eddie, indeed, you're... Here, let me give everybody a link to this. Your message got flagged because there's a curse word in it, but I can still see it right here. How can we tell if a group of dinosaurs has actually become more diverse, or if it just seems that way because some fossils are more likely to survive and be discovered? That's an excellent question, Eddie, indeed. I'm thinking here of the Cretaceous, late Cretaceous explosion of diversity. A lot of that is definitely sampling bias, Eddie, indeed, yeah. Yeah. So a lot of that is just that we have a lot of good exposures from the latest Cretaceous, from the Maastrichtian, and especially from the Campanian. We don't have a whole lot of stuff from, say, the Middle Cretaceous. Middle Cretaceous? Middle Cretaceous is not like an official designation from the ICS. And goodness, I hate that they got rid of their interactive timescale. That was such a neat tool to use, and they got rid of it. That's so frustrating. Chart/timescale. What they have here is not easy to read. It's not interactive in the same way. It's frustrating. Okay, well, here I gotta go like this. And it's just not intuitive as the way that the old one was. Hang on, we want... logarithmic? No. Linear? Yeah, we want linear. So we've got a lot of good fossils from the Maastrichtian and from the Campanian. We've got fewer from the Santonian, or... in North America, I don't know if we have any good Coniacian terrestrial strata with dinosaur fossils in them. That's extremely rare to find. Yeah, so a lot of it is going to be sample bias. What Eddie indeed was asking is, it seems like... It seems like at the end of the Cretaceous you have this huge explosion of diversity of dinosaurs in North America. And also from Asia as well. These have been really well sampled. I'm looking for a decent... okay. This is a difficult concept to try and illustrate. Yeah, here we go. From a Reddit post, I guess. Could the late Campanian to early Maastrichtian era be considered peak dinosaur? First of all, it's not an era. Those are two different ages or stages. But, they're just really well sampled. We also have a ton of really good fossils from the late Jurassic all over the world. Hardly anything from, like, the middle Jurassic. So a lot of that is just... there are certain oversampled areas in time during the Mesozoic era, and there's certain undersampled times. It's it's tricky. Yeah. Chick slip tsunami. Oh, cool. Oh, and yeah, Andy, that's at stratigraphy.org. Man, they used to have one that was like all up and down in a line, and you can click on each of them and embiggen them and get the dates and everything else. And they got rid of that for some reason. I have it bookmarked here. And nowadays,
access denied.
They got rid of that page, and I don't know why. I used that like sometimes a dozen times per stream, and they got rid of it. But anyway, stratigraphy.org. You'll find good stuff here, but unfortunately they don't have that the really nice time chart anymore. Chart/timescale. There is a chance they have it elsewhere on the website, but they just... Inventory chart? No. Frustrating. I think they just got rid of it. Why would they do that? It was so useful. Anyway. Yeah. And Shepard 3950. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. I haven't seen that name before. Welcome, welcome. And Monterey was good, Mothproof KT. Monterey was good. It's always nice to take a little day trip there. Got to see all kinds of cool critters. Got to see a ton of sea otters and sea lions and harbor seals out in the bay. And then got to visit the aquarium yesterday. And then took off like kind of before the sun rose this morning. Really early, trying to get here in time to stream and do everything else. So, yeah. So it was nice. It was nice. Yeah. And there you go, Starmy. Yeah, Cinemanian and Turonian are well represented in Europe, at least. I don't know if there's a lot of terrestrial strata, though. Because at that time, Europe was largely underwater. Go to about 90 million years ago. This is what Europe looked like. It was an archipelago of islands. Almost like modern-day Indonesia. Yeah. So it makes sense that a lot of those strata are marine. Here in North America, we do have some decent terrestrial strata from the Turonian. In fact, I think that's where, like, Zuniceratops is from. Or when Zuniceratops is from, rather. Yeah, the Turonian. Yeah. Anywho. And sounds like a great trip. Yeah, it was really nice, Mothproof KT, really nice. Yeah. And would the creatures just mentioned attract sharks? Would Zuniceratops attract sharks? Hopefully not on land. I don't think the sharks would fare very well there. And I think you're right. Spinosaurus is from the Cinemanian. At the end of the Cinemanian, there's a big extinction event that happens when a bunch of groups of critters die out. Spinosaurs completely disappear from the fossil record. So do a bunch of the coelacanths and a bunch of the like shallow water sharks and critters like that. A lot of the ganoid scale fishes, things like the there's like Schienstia and Lepidotes, they disappear there. Yeah. What are they called? Yeah, this is a kind of... Lepisosteoform fish, like modern gar, but that's not the one I'm looking for. Semionodids. That's these guys. These guys were hugely successful. They were all over the world. These really cool fossil fishes. And then they die out. I think they might completely disappear at the end of the Cenomanian stage. They're just gone. And it may have been like a global drop in sea levels, and that probably coincides with a change in the climate. And so a bunch of these coastal critters just disappear. It makes sense that that's when the Spinosaurs disappear from the fossil record, because the Earth was changing, and like a lot of those shallow water environments they're gone after that. But yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And LV Stream says, how have modern day coelacanths survived so long? That's a good question. I mean, a ton of other fishes are just as old as coelacanths are. And other critters like horseshoe crabs, right here, not a fish, but a kind of arthropod, they are way older than the first coelacanths. I suspect that a small handful of coelacanth species were able to survive because they were deep water specialists living in areas that didn't change a whole lot, and they just kind of got lucky. They were living in kind of a time capsule, so to speak. Their environment was something that didn't change a whole lot. And so they were able to continue to make a living doing what they were doing for another 60, 70 million years. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. The color of the Cenomanian rocks in northern France, really dark and gray to almost black. The Tawny rocks are more white and lighter gray. I don't know enough about that, Starmy. That's really interesting. The colors of different rocks are certainly dependent upon the sediment that makes them up. So sometimes it's really organic rich stuff, which can lead to a darker color, but sometimes being really organic rich means that they're very light colored, like the White Cliffs of Dover. These are made of ancient fossil shells. The tiny, tiny, tiny shells of things like foraminifera and diatoms and other ancient shelly plankton-y critters like that. That's what makes them so chalky. And that is the crushed up shells of those ancient organisms. So yeah. Anyhow. Oh, right on the other side of these white rocks. Interesting, Starmy. Yeah. Yeah. And it is a really stark white, Alexander. Dover is famous for this. Yeah. Really dark. Interesting. That is a thing that... Let me pull up a clip. Here we go.
Dutch geologist Jan Smit was studying the forams from a different ancient sea. Their fossilized shells formed these limestone rocks, which, like Gubbio's...
And it looks like Mons Klint in Denmark. Interesting, Mr. Moist. Yeah, yeah. A lot of the rocks in this part of the world, like in kind of Northern Europe, are going to have similar characteristics because they were laid down at the same time.
Mountains.
This is in Italy
at the
here.
bottom of the ocean.
Southern Europe.
Now exposed, they represent over 1 million years of a geological time period known as the Cretaceous. Like Alvarez in Italy, Smit had also found a strange clay layer formed at the same time, which told a dramatic story.
This is the story of the extinction of the dinosaurs and a bunch of other critters at the end of the
What can we tell about Earth's history from just looking at these rocks?
Well, you can see at the end of the one world, and the beginning of the next one.
And so this obviously is tilted. So these rocks were horizontal when they were laid down, when all of this sediment was filtering down through the water and settling onto it. It was horizontal, but uplift has since kind of tilted it like that.
And you see there is a very sharp, extremely sharp dividing line between the two.
That gray band.
That's that gray band over there. At the bottom of that gray band, you see it's razor sharp.
And this reddish maroon rock, the oceans are healthy and steaming
They're
along just
healthy,
fine.
they're steady, they don't change at all. And all of a sudden we see a dramatic change, which we call the KT boundary.
We now call it the KPG boundary. We don't have to get into why, but the name has changed within the past, like, 15 years.
The KT boundary, found at the bottom of this gray layer, marks not only the end of a period, the Cretaceous, but also of the Mesozoic era, a much longer stretch of time.
Yep.
The history of animal life on Earth has been divided into 3 such eras. Early life, or Paleozoic, the age of dinosaurs, or Mesozoic, and the era of mammals, or Cenozoic.
So literally speaking, Paleozoic means ancient life, Mesozoic means middle life, and then Cenozoic means recent life. These are old terms. We still use them, but they're kind of showing their age in some interesting ways.
The Cretaceous-Tertiary boundary lies right in between these 2 eras.
So, long story short, we now call it the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary because we've kind of gotten rid of the term tertiary and we now use Paleogene instead. Or rather, the tertiary has been split into the Paleogene and the Neogene, as I understand it. So, hence the name change. But yeah.
Marked here by this layer of clay.
So my point in showing you this is that the colors of those rocks can be really interesting and they can be kind of informative. But I'm not a sedimentary geologist. I can't really tell you in depth why those rocks are necessarily different colors, except that it's a combination of like the organisms that were around at the time would be altering their environment and causing changes that would have an effect on what color the sediment is and stuff like that. You know, there's going to be like a big chemical explanation there that being a dinosaur guy and not like a geochemist, I'm not going to pretend like I know the full answer there, because I don't. That's outside of my realm of expertise.
What drew you to this boundary, Jan?
Well, Sean, we're looking here at the very topmost rocks of the Cretaceous.
And Sage is a sedimentary geologist, yeah, John. Let's give a shout out to Sage.
So we call this
I
the
hope she's been
Cretaceous.
streaming lately.
And these rocks here are the Tertiary. And the base of the Tertiary consists of a dark gray clay layer. And there the life has almost disappeared. And the KT boundary is just in between. I can point at it. It's right here where you see a contrast between the purple and the dark. It's an extremely sharp boundary.
And just across that thin little boundary, there's this huge change in what you see in the forams. And why is that so stunning to you?
It's so stunning because there is no preceding evidence of anything happening there. So it doesn't matter if I take a piece here, a piece there, or just underneath what we call the KT boundary. The foraminifera will remain the same, so they don't change overnight. And then, bang, they're gone.
So forams are these tiny little planktonic organisms. Foraminifera, or forams for short. They are tiny little organisms that you look at under the microscope, and they have these beautiful little shells, what we call tests. And they evolve really quickly, so you can actually use them to do biostratigraphy. Basically, if you find one in a particular layer, then you know how old that layer is, because all of this stuff has been mapped out. So you get these different species that only show up in certain strata, in certain rock layers. So you can kind of use those as like road signs to tell you what time you're in. Or no, a better analogy would be like a timestamp, you know? If you find a certain foram in those rocks, you know how old the rocks are, because all this stuff has been kind of mapped out. It's really cool.
So what's that tell you?
That tells me the base of the food chain of the oceans disappeared. And everything which is dependent on it is totally zapped right at the boundary.
In Amsterdam, the change at the boundary becomes clearer when Smit takes a closer look at the evidence. In his
So
lab,
here's how big
he
they are,
analyzes
or rather
forames
how small
extracted
they
from
are.
the limestone. Under the microscope, the rich diversity of fossilized shells from the Cretaceous snaps into focus. Some 4 species appear below the boundary. But above it, there's a different world.
Yeah, everything's small all of a sudden.
Okay, these are the foraminifera from just below the boundary. And these are from just above the boundary.
They're tiny.
Only a few species have survived into the tertiary, and they're much smaller.
Suddenly it became really hard to make a living as a planktonic organism. So only a few species survived. You've got this beautiful diversity of big ones, small ones, crazy looking ones during the Cretaceous, and then bam, something happens. And you just get kind of uniformly small, mostly boring looking ones afterward.
As soon as you see that extinction and you realize at the same time that the dinosaurs are disappearing, you know you're looking at something very important.
Yep.
But you see it and nobody has witnessed it. So we're looking for silent witnesses in the rock, and the first thing that comes to mind is this beautiful clay layer.
A layer varying in color and thickness and found around the world. Walter
What is
Alvarez
this?
also believed it was a silent witness to the end of an era.
Anyway, we've watched this documentary I don't know how many times on stream before. If you're intrigued, I'll give you a link right here. You can bookmark that for later if you'd like to, or you could stop the stream and watch it now. It's cool. You'll enjoy it and you'll learn a lot. Don't let me stop you. But yeah, the neat thing is I got to meet Jan Smit and Walter Alvarez last spring, actually. Let me find those photos. This would have been March or April. Yeah, I think April of 2025. But that was cool. They went to, they were attending a talk in Berkeley, and I got to talk with both of them about the end Cretaceous extinction and all kinds of cool stuff. It was really neat. Let's see, March. There we go. There's me and Jan Smit. And me and Walter Alvarez. Alvarez is pretty famous. He and his father, Louis Alvarez, his father's a physicist, he's a geologist. They were the father and son team who were largely responsible for the whole asteroid extinction hypothesis. They helped demonstrate that that is what happened at the end of the Cretaceous. And that's what that documentary is about that I just linked you there in the chat. It's such a cool story. That is... It's one of these classic tales of science as a detective's mystery. There's this really weird thing that happened. Let's find a bunch of clues and let's try and figure this thing out. That's one of those stories that... It's so compelling. He would make an excellent Hollywood film, you know? If a skilled director were to make a movie about the discovery of the dinosaur-killing asteroid, I think that could be a hit. It's got all of the trappings of a really good adventure, mystery, and human drama and scientific story. It'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Anyhow. Deathsaurus is Hollywood would butcher it? Not necessarily. I don't know. I feel like... I betcha you could get... If somebody like Steven Soderbergh... Or shoot, who's the guy who did, Don't Look Up? Adam McKay, I think? This is a film that I thought was really excellent. This came out a long time ago. But when I say a long time ago, I mean like 2012. It's not that long ago. This is a film that kind of like predicted a lot of the stuff that happened during the COVID pandemic. But this is from 2012. And they actually consulted a bunch of CDC epidemiologists and other scientists. Be like, how would something like this really go down? And how do diseases like this really spread? And, you know, what's... Excellent movie. Based in real science. I think of this because that is something that... It's taking complex scientific notions, and it's weaving them into the plot. And some of the main characters themselves are scientists. I think that could be an interesting template for a, you know, a big budget, high profile film about a scientific discovery. You know, like the Alvarezes and other folks discovering the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous. You know. So yeah. Does anybody do any movies about the Toba eruption in Indonesia? If there are, I'm not aware of them, Densis, but find papers on the fossils in the cliffs of northern France, asked Starmy. What's the paleontology equivalent of JSTOR, where papers are being uploaded? There are paleo papers in JSTOR. Starmy, you might want to look into if France has a geological survey. So here in the United States, we have I almost said Utah Geological Survey. The United States Geological Survey. Part of the Department of the Interior. So this is like a government department run by geologists. And they're responsible for creating geological maps of the U.S. and assessing geological hazards and, you know, to a certain extent, surveying the fossils that are found in these rocks throughout the country. I wonder if France has an equivalent. BRGM, French Geological Survey. France's Reference Public Institution for Geological Information. There you go. This would be a great place to start. There we go. Yeah. Oh, and very cool. You're doing geology and geomorph? Cozy Kestrel? That's awesome. This has been such a loosey-goosey, all over the place stream so far. Feels really disjointed. But let me just say this. I wish I were a better geologist, you know? That's really cool, Cozy Kestrel, that you get to take those classes now. I look back on a lot of my geology classes with fondness, and I don't know. If paleontology is a weird, almost unholy amalgam, a mixture of geology and biology, I'm much more on the biology side of things. I know a heck of a lot more about biology and biological processes than I know about geology, and that's always made me a little sad. I wish I were a better geologist. I wish I understood Earth systems a bit better. Especially since so many of my colleagues are deeply entrenched in geology. I find it hard to keep up sometimes.
it's cool that you get that opportunity right now to learn about this stuff. Learn as much as you can, because it's so cool, you know? Utah, United States. There you go, Magos Informaticos. I was working with the Utah Geological Survey for much of this summer. That's why I'm supposed to say that. But yeah. Let's see here. There was another question, I think, from Indeed. From Eddie, Indeed. I don't want to neglect that. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe I'm imagining things. No, okay. Jay Burner says, didn't Sheldon Cooper have no respect for geologists? I don't know who that is. What's he published? I don't know. Is he a podcaster or something? I don't pay attention to these things. But yeah. Oh, there was, but Charlie Dragon answered it. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, and thank you, Eddie Eddie. Yeah. Anyhow. Scrolling. Oh, don't get me started on this again. Goodness. Okay, here. I'll say it this way. You know that old phrase, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all? I'm not going to say anything at all about that abhorrent television show, The Big Bang Theory. It's just... I'm not going to let that kind of negativity bring down this broadcast. I'll just say, hey, it's trash. And we'll move on. Yeah. Interesting. I wish the Hungarian Geological Survey site was this nicely built. Hugea, the translation isn't working either. Sorry to hear that. But you should be able to find cool things on... Google Scholar is often a good reference for this kind of thing. So, I don't know. If we're looking for Cenomanian Geology of France... You'll find a lot of information just with like a simple Google Scholar search. And some of this stuff will be freely accessible. And some of it will not be. Some of it might be paywalled or otherwise just inaccessible. And so... You didn't hear this from me? But there are certain ways that you can read scientific papers sometimes. Without paying, without having to deal with a paywall, that kind of thing. A lot of scientists want their work to be read by the general public. And they're really frustrated with these academic publishers that paywall and gatekeep this stuff. So you didn't hear this from me. But there is an online service where you can read scientific papers. Call it a hub for science. I will not tell you how to access this, but just know that this sort of thing is available for those of you who are in search of scientific knowledge. again, this is kind of a touchy subject because a lot of these academic publishers are very powerful, and you don't want to run afoul of them because you never know if they I'm just kidding. Yeah. Another thing, if you ever really want to read a scientific paper and you don't have access to it and you don't want to pay $89.95 to be able to download the PDF, email the authors of the paper. So, I just did this recently. Who was it for? Which was it? There was one of these that I didn't have access to. Was it Plesiolophus? It was. So I don't have access to the Canadian Journal of Earth Sciences. And I don't have the Skrilla to be able to pay $40. $40! For a PDF. And so what do? Well, look at that little icon right there. With the little envelope. That means that this author here is what we call the corresponding author. So if you have a question about this paper, if you want to be able to contact the authors for whatever reason, this guy, Dr. Bradley D. McFeeters, put himself out there as the corresponding author. So you can click that and then find his email address and then email him and say, hey, I really want to read this paper. He very kindly sent me a copy of it, and that's how we were able to cover that last week. Scientists, we want people to read our work. We want our science to be out there in the world. And we're often butting heads with these publishers where when we're conducting scientific work, we have to publish it if we want it out there in the world. But a lot of these publishers, they want to profit off of that. And we don't get any of that money. I want to make that very clear. In fact, sometimes we have to pay in order to be able to get these things published, especially if it's an open access journal. That's pretty standard. But some people even pay for paywalled journals too. Like, the authors have to pay a fee to get it published, and then the publishers, receiving that science for free, they turn around and they charge the public and other scientists to be able to read it. So they're getting the thing for free and then turning around and charging for it, which is... I have thoughts about this. But anywho, you as a member of the public, or as a researcher or whoever, you can reach out to the authors and be like, hey, I'd love to have a copy of this paper. Would you mind sending it over? I'm really interested in reading your work. And usually if they respond at all, which most of the time they do, they're more than happy to just shoot you over a PDF. The only time I've ever run into trouble with this is actually for a paper that I'm an author on. I won't say the name of the journal, but I was an author on this paper, and I didn't have, like, the fully formatted PDF afterward with all the pretty figures and everything else. So I emailed the journal, and I said, hey, I'm an author on this paper. Would you mind sending me a PDF of, what is ostensibly, by all rights, my paper? I'm one of the authors on it? And they said, no. They said, if you'd like the PDF, you could pay us $39.95. And I said, forget you. So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. It was not the Wall Street Journal. No, that's not a scientific journal. That's... If you can't say anything nice. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and Alexander Morrison says, what's your opinion on Brian Eng's Big Al Allosaurus bust / reconstruction? I haven't seen it yet. Let's find out in real time, Alexander.
Interesting. I like it. Huh. Where can I, here, I guess I have to try and open it up in Instagram. That's lovely. Very cool. I was lucky enough to hang out with Brian Eng for a little while as he was unveiling his ground sloth. Oh man, he started with the actual skull underneath too. That's so cool. Oh, that's rad. Very cool. He says, I really can't express how stoked I am to have had the opportunity to do this life reconstruction of the famous Big Al, Allosaurus germansoni, MOR specimen 693, for Museum of the Rockies. Good for them. MOR commissioned this. Good for them. We actually got to sculpt it right on top of an uncrucified 3D print of Big Al's skull. Oh man, do they have an uncrucified 3D print file for Big Al's skull? I would love to print that. Yeah. Stay tuned for the museum's social media channels for some more images and explanations of the paleo art process of creating this reconstruction. Really neat. That's awesome. Yeah. Very, very cool. Wow, that's rad. But I do love how colorful it is too. I like how Brian Eng is unafraid to give his dinosaurs vibrant, bright colors. Because a lot of modern sauropsids have this sort of thing. Birds certainly do. And oftentimes lizards do too. This almost kind of reminds me of like a collared lizard. But maybe even a little bit more subdued than that. We get these guys in Utah, and they are gorgeous. Yeah. And must be a male. This one is here, yeah. Yeah. The females tend to be more drab. Yeah. But that's so cool. Got some short videos explaining his process with the skull. Are they on his YouTube page, Alexander? Oh, and Death Source, I've not seen that. I'm still kind of catching up on a lot of stuff after the field season. But Scott Hartman is best in the world at doing skeletal reconstructions. So the fact that he's got a revamped website, that's really cool. Not seeing anything on Brian Eng's YouTube about Allosaurus yet. Yeah. But anyway, if you want to check out Brian Eng's unveiling of the ground sloth, here, this is at the Children's Museum of Natural History in Fremont, California.
Really quick. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. This loosens it so you can extend it and then you crank it down.
Here's Brian right here.
No problem. All right.
There we go. Looks like we're back. All right, excellent. Got Brian Eng here.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, paleo artist extraordinaire.
Yeah. Currently a dirt artist.
And
high-level dirt engineering.
It's just like field work, you know?
It is very similar. 3 brushes and 2 Ooga Booga saws at your request.
Nice. But yeah, chat, there under that tarp is a Pleistocene ground sloth. Yeah, Paramylodon harlani. You can now go see this at the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. It's cool stuff. It's outdoors, so like even if the museum is closed, you could still like drive through the parking lot at night and see it there. It's very cool. Here, I'll show you what it looks like when it's done. Like when it's unveiled.
Yeah, better to have it on direct connection with the
All right.
Oh, I see your belly.
This is so much fun. I'm so glad we got to stream this, you know?
A baby emerges.
Wow! Oh man, that's horrible. The first time I'd seen this.
Oh man, this is one of the few 3D renditions of a baby ground sloth I've ever seen. Like,
This is really impressive.
I don't think I've actually ever seen one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. And these are not even particularly big ground sloths. Jay Burner, they get a lot bigger than this. This is just Paramylodon. Wow. Brian, this is incredible.
Glad you guys like it. I think we might need to
Wonder. Anywho, again, if you want to watch that, there's that video. But yeah, critters like Megatherium or Eremitherium got way bigger. Now this will do nicely. So here's Paramylodon right here. This is the one you just saw in the video. Megatherium is significantly bigger, and so is Eremitherium. Just enormous, you know? Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Jay Burner says, why do they get so huge? It just worked well for them. It probably had something to do with defense against predators, I would imagine. But also, these guys are hindgut fermenters, I think. They're not doing a ton of chewing of their food. They're just ingesting a lot of leaves and stuff and letting that kind of ferment in their gut. And honestly, the bigger you get as a hindgut fermenter, the more efficiently you can process food, I think. So being big proffers a lot of advantages. You're less likely to get killed and eaten by a predator, and you're more efficient in your digestion and your processing of food. Those are just two factors, I'm sure. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And I am here, Cacklinsworth. Welcome, welcome. Yesterday, I was gone, but now I'm back. Yeah. And then we had another question, but I'm... Oh.
You don't need to salute the paleontologist.
Uncle Zed, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Okay, let's take a look at Brian Eng's video. Oh, very cool.
We also made Big Al really colorful. That's because dinosaurs and living dinosaurs, such as modern birds, we know had a wide range of colors in their repertoire. We found, scientists have found and described feathers from Chinese dinosaurs, meat-eating dinosaurs, and the feathers actually have iridescent structures, which are like little prisms on the surface of the feather that make different colors. We know from those that those dinosaurs were displaying in a full spectrum of color. We also know Allosaurus had really big eyes. That's another feature of this reconstruction that looks a little different than other Allosaur reconstructions. Animals that have really big eyes, that, especially birds and reptiles, they often display in a full spectrum of color. And those colors might change throughout the year. So one of the ideas we were...
Seasonal.
One of the ideas that we were kind of playing with this sculpture is the idea that maybe this animal is showing its breeding coloration. A lot of lizards, a lot of birds, a lot of even some mammals change their coloration seasonally, and sometimes they change it during the breeding season. And so the idea here is we're showing Big Al, like Big Al's full glory, trying to impress and display to other members of its species. And if you don't like this bright color on a scary meat-eating dinosaur, that's totally fine. Just imagine this fading away. The colors that would remain would be really great camouflage for living in a forested environment. We have spotting, dark high contrast blotches and
There's also some
stripes.
counter shading going on.
And those are coloration patterns that we see evolving over and over again in predators that live in a forested environment.
We just talked about this last week with tigers and the fact that despite being really brightly colored, a tiger is, you know, orange with dark stripes. It's still superb camouflage in a forest environment, especially when your prey can't see colors like orange, you know? Just, again, we talked about this last week. What we see, what they see. So the primary prey of tigers are things like deer and other mammals. Yeah. While we as humans might see a tiger burning bright, other mammals, the critters that tigers are actually preying on, cannot perceive orange. Their eyes don't work that way. So anywho, dinosaurs would have had full color vision, unlike deer. But still, those stripes right there would have been pretty nice camouflage in a forested environment.
Like Big Al did. We also made Big Al really colorful. That's because dinosaurs and living dinosaurs, such as modern birds, we know had a wide range of colors in.
Yep. Anywho. And Chandra Loon says some humans with color blindness would also be in the same boat. Yeah. Yeah, red. If you're red-green colorblind, and you know, have a tiger sneaking up on you, good luck. That'd be not a good situation to be in. Yeah. And Gene Wen says, so nothing speaks against Big Al having a big, colorful, baboon-like rear end? I mean, he's got a big, huge tail, so maybe a brightly colored tail, but, you know, baboons, their butt is like prime real estate for advertisements. It's prominent, they don't have a huge tail obscuring it. They've also got scent glands and stuff there. Like, mammals are very olfactory first kinds of critters, so it makes sense to have a really brightly colored butt as a mammal. Not so much for a dinosaur. Again, they've got a big tail covering that up. Oh yeah. Anywho. And Jay Burner says, why would a big old Tyrannosaurus need camouflage? How's it going to hide? It's huge. I mean, you might say the same thing for, like, an orca, you know? Here's an animal that's 30 feet long. And they still have camouflage. They have counter shading. This is a really simple kind of camouflage where you're dark on top and light underneath, but that helps you kind of fade into the background a little bit. Like, it's not, you're not going to become invisible, but you're going to become slightly less distinct. Most animals have this kind of counter shading. I mean, tigers have it too. They're darker on top and lighter underneath. They've got that white belly fur there. See that pretty plainly right here. Yeah, that's called counter shading. Tyrannosaurus almost certainly had that, but maybe they had some other kind of camouflage patterning too. We don't know. We don't know. We don't even know at this point whether Tyrannosaurus had feathers on its body as an adult or not. I suspect they almost certainly did when they were hatchlings, but there's so much we don't know about those critters, you know? I like that Brian Eng's Allosaurus has got some feathers on it. Just a little tuft right here behind those lacrimal crests, but still nice. You love to see it. Anywho, yeah. Oh, do you have a favorite reptile or dinosaur? Asks Lice Call. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. So are birds. But a favorite dinosaur, I'm glad you asked again, thank you. I've got a few favorites. They tend to be ones that I've worked on before, ones that I've got some kind of a personal connection to. But my all-time favorite, at least right now, one that's been published, would probably have to be Triararchuncus. Oh, hang on.
I can see that my
Salty Anchor.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for the 9 months of support. Really appreciate that, Salty Anchor. Thank you for
Salute.
keeping me here on the air at tier 3, no less. Really appreciate that. Superb. This critter is called Triararchuncus. Triararchuncus prairiensis. The name means Captain Hook of the prairie, in reference to those hook-like claws. One big hook-like claw on each hand. They may have had smaller vestigial claws behind them too. There's a lovely Casey Snowart illustration here of this critter. Love that. But yeah. We think it's an insect-eating dinosaur. In fact, we've got evidence that this whole group, the Alvarezsaurids, this whole family... Oh, I love that somebody did Triararchuncus as a pirate. That's lovely. Anywho, really cool critter. Why is it one of my favorites? Because I'm one of the authors on the paper. There we go. So my crew, one of my colleagues found the gorgeous claw right there. And, with that, we felt justified in actually publishing it as a new genus and species. We'd known that this animal existed for a good while. There have been bits and pieces of it showing up since the 1980s. But we finally had enough material to name it on after Jack Wilson found that claw. So here's
other insect-eating animals that are using claws like that for digging. So
February of 2025-ish?
Critters like silky anteaters.
There it is there.
They've got very
Life
similar
reconstruction.
claws. Just like that. So we think these guys are probably using those claws for maybe opening up rotting logs to get to insects inside. Maybe they're using those claws to dig for mammals, trying to open up mammal burrows, open up
Eating
a
our
hollow in a
ancestors.
tree in order to get the poor mammals cowering inside. Yeah. But Triararchuncus is really special because it is the very last member of this group. It's one of the last dinosaurs that we have from North America. So this guy would have been around when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. This is the last member of its lineage. This is the last of its kind. Triararchuncus prairiensis. Now, the name Triararchuncus, it's not super easy to pronounce or to spell, I suppose, but Denver picked that name. I think it's a really good one. The name Triararchuncus means Captain Hook, on account of those claws there. And prairiensis, because it was from the American Prairie Reserve, that's where Jack Wilson found the claw, this claw. Oh, man. Yeah.
So I didn't realize that Denver had the actual claw here that he was going to show on stream.
So that's a cast, right?
What?
The claw that you've got?
No.
That's the original.
This is the one that we have in our collection.
Yeah. So this is the medium-sized one. I've shown the paper many, many times on stream. But look at that. Yeah. And at the time you said this might be one of the most complete ones in the world?
Even though it's got the tip at the end?
Yeah, this is the most complete one in the world.
Wow.
It's certainly the most.
So, like, every other Alvarezsaur claw like this is missing the very tip, so we didn't really know how sharp they were.
Complete one in North America. It's more complete than the ones from Mongolia.
Mm-hmm.
And what this shows is that the claw is very curved.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people have said in the past that you've seen reconstructions, like you can see on this drawing here,
Mhm.
it's got a quite blunt claw. Well, that was because the original Mononicus claws, the tip is broken,
Yeah.
and people didn't realize how curved they were.
So Mononicus is a nearly identical dinosaur from Mongolia. Here's my favorite illustration of Mononicus. Our critter Trurarchunkus is... We don't have any reason to draw it any differently from this. Ours is from the latest Cretaceous of Montana. Theirs is probably from a little bit earlier in Mongolia. But since there was a land bridge between these two continents, between North America and Asia at the end of the Cretaceous, the ancestor of Trurarchunkus probably just marched over from Asia at one point. But anyway, I love that this almost caricatures how big that thumb claw is. Just one stupid big claw on each hand. Extremely short arms that are extremely robust. So it's like these guys have got the shortest but most powerful arms in the world. And the question is, why? Why have that? And we think it's probably for hook and pull digging. So like just demolishing like a rotting log to be able to get to the insects or other arthropods inside, or maybe little mammals hiding in there.
Actually, one of the things that we did a lot of research on claws, and you can see that you can reconstruct the curvature of the claw by modeling a couple of circles on there. But that's relatively recently that people have been doing that. We started doing it. But this specimen, the little tip, it was broken, but it was right there next to it, and we can see how complete it is.
Just incredible, yeah.
So yeah, so this is the most complete Alvarezsaurid claw. There are other ones that are supposed to be complete, but the tips are often still a little bit damaged.
So nobody realized how pointy they would get until you
and how
Jack
curved
Wilson
they are.
found this, yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, this is I think leverage is more. It's very curved, so you can hook and pull rather than digging with it. Sort of, it's more hook and pull destruction.
So I would love to be able to do a study on these guys, comparing them to a modern species, not a dinosaur, not even a reptile, but a mammal. The silky anteater. This is, what is it, Didactylus cyclopes, I think is the genus and species. They also have one big stupid claw on each hand on short, powerful arms. And they use this primarily, I think, for opening up, not necessarily rotting logs, but opening up trees to like pull the bark away. They hook and pull to get to the ants inside. Ants and termites and whatever else. The thing is, they're very difficult to study because literally nobody seems to have any of these guys in captivity anywhere outside of Costa Rica. Costa Rica is where these guys are from. I think the only ones being legally held anywhere in the world in captivity are in their home country of Costa Rica. So I gotta get myself there and devise a way to actually document how they use their claws, because to my knowledge, nobody's ever done that. And then we can have a better idea of what Alvarezsaurs were doing with theirs. So yeah. And Eddie indeed says, could it have been used to cling to tree branches? These guys do use it for that, but with Alvarezsaurs, that doesn't seem to make any sense because they've got these long, stilty legs. The whole body is a completely different shape from a silky anteater. So silky anteaters, they climb around in trees very slowly. They have very short arms and legs, like you see here. These guys are very stilty, they're probably very fast runners. They're probably spending all of their time on the ground. So they're probably just using those claws to open up rotting logs on the ground. Whereas these guys never leave the trees if they can help it. They'd be sitting ducks on the ground.
So yeah. Anyhow. And Shepard, hey, thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here. It's good to have you. Yeah. And Lyscall says, I'm from Costa Rica. Oh, very cool. I really want to organize a trip to go down there at some point and work on these guys, but I have so many other things going on. It's tricky. But they are adorable animals. I think, was it just yesterday we pulled up that video? With the John Hammond look-alike guy?
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo vamos? Bien, 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 bien. El drama es esto. Allí, como pueden ver, está la calle. Allí está el mar, el Caribe. Aquí hay un vertedero. El gran problema.
There's the silky anteater. Shouldn't be on the ground. They'll get killed if they stay on the ground.
Este es un
But very short arms and legs. Long tail that they use for climbing and holding onto branches.
El nombre científico es Didactylus, Didactylus. Y lo llevamos al centro, lo hacemos con Fernando. Lo controlarán la condición física y todo. A mí, a simple vista, me parece que está muy bien. Misión cumplida. Lo lleva así, ni parásitos ni nada, parásitos externos, lo miraremos allí y según cómo, ya en poco tiempo podemos devolverlo al medio natural.
It seems he has no wounds or anything strange. We're going to try to listen the lungs.
Really neat critters.
Fortunately, he breathes so good. I have this.
Let him go.
They cut most of the trees.
Could man have
This
survived in the dinosaur age of mighty monsters?
And Hogan698, thank you for the raid. How was your stream, Hogan? I hope it was really good. How are things? Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Hogan. We're once again talking about silky anteaters for the
I
moment.
believe so. He will have to change the area. But part of that, he seems okay.
These guys are climbers.
Grande satisfazione, grande satisfacción, un pequeño animal, tan así que nada, que pueda volver a nada, a tener posibilidades de reproducirse y todo, que nada, es maravilloso, sobre todo un animal tan delicadito y todo, tan delicadito poco.
Yeah, so these guys climb trees. These guys would not be able to. They are very clearly cursorial. They are ground runners, but they're probably doing something very similar with their claws because they've got a very similar setup with their arms. Very short, powerful arms, one big claw on each hand. I really want to get down to Costa Rica and devise a way to study what silky anteaters, how exactly they're using those claws. So yeah. Anywho. And no, these are not dinosaurs. That's a kind of mammal, Shepard. Here, let's get back to our tree of life, and then we'll segue into Metazoa. So here's the silky anteater, also called the pygmy anteater here. There we go. Cyclopes didactylus. They're related to other anteaters here. Giant anteater, northern tamandua, collared anteater, and then the sloths are over here too. So they're also related to sloths. Sloths and anteaters, pretty close. Anyway, these are a kind of mammal. So the sloths and anteaters are related to elephants and their relatives. but they are mammals. Dinosaurs are going to be way over here. Dinosaurs are much more closely related to, well, birds. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. The only dinosaurs alive today are birds. Let me say that with extra emphasis. The only dinosaurs around today are birds. Birds are the only living dinosaurs alive nowadays. All the other dinosaurs went extinct except for birds. Birds are the only branch of the dinosaur family tree that still survives today. So anyway, the non-bird dinosaurs would be right here, but since this tree doesn't really have extinct groups, all we have are birds, and then crocs, and then over here, turtles. But dinosaurs would be right here, between the dinosaur ancestors and the birds. Be right here. And since birds are over here, that means they come from the dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. And Glasgow dragon. I'm not sure, Cuzzy Kestrel. If it's a bird, then it's a dinosaur. So, you know. Here we go. Pop quiz, chat. Which one of these is a dinosaur? Which one? I feel like this is Dora the Explorer. Oye, chat. ¿Cuál es un dinosaurio? Which one is the dinosaur? If you answered the crocodile, then you have not been paying attention. That is not a dinosaur. If you answered the egret or heron, member of family Ardiidae, I don't know if it's an egret or a heron or if there's even a difference, then you're correct. That is a dinosaur. The only living dinosaurs today are birds. That being said, crocodiles are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs, but they're not quite there. They are not dinosaurs themselves. Yeah, going back to this chart here. Crocs are over here. They're not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start here, and there's the birds. You can trace the origin of birds back to the first dinosaur. But crocs are not dinosaurs. Think of them like cousins to the dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Kikoshi says, if you are what you eat, then I'm a well, if you are what you eat, then I'm a veggie burger, so I don't know if it's true you are what you eat. Not phylogenetically speaking, I'll put it that way. You know? Anyway. Yeah. But speaking of this, the interrelatedness of all living things on our planet, we're gonna do Metazoa in a minute here. But first, I forgot. Let's do a blue sky post. Take a quick screenshot there. I forgot to do this at the beginning of the stream. We're like 2 hours in. That'll work. We can use that. Oh, but hang on. No, I've got a... There we go. Yeah, we can do that better. There's a line in the way from OBS. That'll work. Save as. There we go. It's another viewer-led Q&A stream. Q&A paleontology hashtag. And ask questions. But whatever natural history topics pique your fancy at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Quick alt text. With 3D printed Dinosaurus skull, Victorian Iguanodon, and is my cat spelled with a C? Whatever. Hang on. How do you spell macat? Yeah, I have it spelled right. I don't know why it's... Whatever. Save. And... Paleontologizing spelled correctly.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. There we go. Yeah. If you'd like to interact with this post for whatever reason, here's a link. If you happen to be on Blue Sky. Yeah. And Dees McNeese says, hey, it's Paleontologist Guy. That's me. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. One of the key parts about paleontology is phylogeny. Figuring out how living things are related to one another, because as we're studying the fossil record and trying to uncover the history of life on our planet, we have to understand where these different living things are coming from. How are they evolving? How do you get new species? It's a huge part of paleontology. And this game that I play whenever I remember to on stream, called Metazoa, it provides an excellent excuse to dive headfirst into phylogeny. So without further ado,
hold on to your butts.
Let's jump in. We've got 20 guesses to try and find this mystery animal of the day. Who could it be? Well, the way that it works is we type a guess into here, and then Metazoa will tell us the most exclusive evolutionary group that includes our guess, plus the mystery animal. So if you're really close, it'll be a really small group. If you're really far away, it'll be a huge group. I often like to start with mouse, just because this is a game that's heavily biased toward mammals, and mice are a kind of rodent, and rodents are a very speciose group of mammals, so it's often a good place to start. So let's start with mouse. And, okay, our critter is a mammal, but it's not a mouse. Interesting. Oh, boy. Some of you already know what this means. We've done one guess, and already I know it has to be one of two animals. It's a 50-50 shot at this point. You might be asking, what? What? How can you tell, Danny, that it has to be one of two animals? There's thousands of species of mammal, right? You only did one guess. How do you know it's one of the... I'll show you. So let's go to the mammals here. Oh, you're right, Rushwing, you're right. And Cacklin's Werf has got it too. Yep. So mammals are all of these critters. Every critter that feeds their young with milk from mammary glands is a mammal. That's not what makes them mammals, but all mammals do that because that's what the first mammal did, and they've all inherited that trait from their mammalian ancestor. So we searched mouse, and mice are over here in the rodents, but Metazoa specifically says, nope, not a mouse. Best I can do for you is mammal. So that means mammal is as specific as it's able to get. That means we've got to take our first left turn here, first one available from mammals. Our critter's got to be a monotreme. It has to be either a platypus or an echidna. And so, I don't know which one it is. Let's do a poll, chat. Let's do a poll. Which monotreme should we guess first? Platypus or echidna? And start poll. It's up to you, chat. Are we gonna get this in 2 guesses or in 3? Platypus is pulled ahead with 4 votes, so 3 for echidna. Echidna is catching up. Pulled ahead by 1. Now they're 12 and 12. Tied neck and neck. Echidna pulling ahead by 3 votes. Let's see. Mayorspace says, so we're getting it in 3 guesses then. No, you know, chat might... You might pick correctly. I don't know. I'll go with what you say. It's a 50-50 shot. Make your choice known. And don't keep it even. No, Kikoshi, no. Don't make me choose. I'm pawning this choice off on you. That's the whole point. Oh boy. It's tied? No. No! There we go. Thank you. By 1 vote, Echidna wins. Let's guess Echidna. All right, you ready? Here we go.
Hold on to your butts.
And yes! Brilliant. Charlie's Dragon says it's 50-50 does not mean make the vote 50-50. Correct. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yes. But people still want to do that because they want to watch me suffer. But we got it in 2 guesses. That's pretty good, you know? Pretty good. And now I can post that here. Yeah. Good stuff. And my average guesses are now down to 4.9. That's excellent. That's really good. I'm happy about that. Yeah. Anyhow. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's watch a little video on echidnas. These really cool critters. There's several species still around today. There used to be far more diverse. There we go. Animal Fact Files always does good work here. There's a link
There
to
are
this video.
4 living species of echidnas. the short-beaked echidna, as well as the 3 long-beaked echidna species. Along with the platypus, echidnas are the sole living representatives of the monotremes, a group of mammals who have many mammalian features like milk production and the ability to create their own heat, but are distinctly different from any other living mammal species because they lay eggs.
And that didn't used to be a weird thing. Laying eggs used to be normal for mammals. Throughout the entire history of mammals as a group, after they first evolved from the ancestral amniotes, most mammals have laid eggs. Placental mammals are weird in that respect, where they don't. They're the strange ones, the derived ones. The placental mammals, the eutherians, are bizarre. They hold their eggs internally, and they've gotten rid of the shell and other stuff, and it's really kind of weird how that works. I want to really emphasize that. Laying eggs is the normal thing. Placental mammals are bizarre. They are strange. It's really the platypus and the echidna who are, they're the normal ones in the grand scheme of things. You know?
The echidna breeding season begins around July. Male echidnas sense pheromones produced by a female,
and their quills don't come out like porcupine Smurf. No, they do shed them every once in a while in the same way that other animals shed hair, but they don't come loose like porcupine quills, as I understand it. And they're not barbed in the same way either. They're just pokey. Fisher actually got a porcupine, an echidna quill that he found in a bush. Was it a bush or the bush down in Straya? He was there earlier this summer.
Make their way towards the lady, sometimes in droves. There may be 5 or more male echidnas following a female in an echidna train. The males will all attempt to nuzzle the female, pushing each other out of the way in the process. Echidnas are usually solitary, but they're not necessarily aggressive towards each other. It's not like they have teeth. Male echidnas do come equipped with spurs on their back legs, though these don't seem to inject venom like a platypus's spurs. As a side note, an echidna's back legs face their rear ends.
Yep.
Echidnas come with defense in the form of spines, and these actually give the female a lot of control during the breeding season. It's not until the female lowers her spines that she'll mate. She may mate with multiple males during this time, but she'll only produce a single egg. This egg will be kept in a pouch on her stomach for about 10 days until it hatches.
I totally forgot about that, but that's true, huh? They don't just lay the egg somewhere, they keep it in a pouch. That's so cool.
Prepare yourselves, because this is adorable. The baby echidna is called a puggle. It stays in its mother's pouch for about 2 months.
Oh, and hang on a second.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Thank you, Sam Kent, for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Good stuff.
After this, the baby will begin growing its own spines, and the mama, not wanting to deal with those spiky bits, will transfer her baby to a burrow. Echidnas use burrows for resting, and may even go through periods of low activity, basically hibernation, if it's too cold. Echidnas have strong claws for digging out their burrows, but may also use the abandoned dens of other animals and natural burrow formations. The puggle will remain in its mother's burrow for another half a year, all the while being fed by mom until she kicks them out. What's amazing is that these animals can live to be more than 40 years old in the wild. The family name for echidnas means swift tongue. Short-beaked echidnas primarily eat ants and termites, while long-beaked echidnas primarily eat earthworms.
So it's interesting. There's all of these different insect-eating mammals who are not related to one another. So echidnas are sometimes called spiny anteaters. They are not related to anteaters. Not the silky anteater, not the giant anteater, not the temendua, none of them, not the collared anteater. They're not related to them at all. Aardvarks also not related to either the spiny anteater, the echidna, or true anteaters, or
you got a bunch of different groups of mammals that all independently evolved to eat ants and termites and critters like that. Really cool.
Though all the echidnas also eat other invertebrates, like underground grubs and beetle larvae. Long-beaked echidnas are larger than short-beaked echidnas. But short-beaked echidnas have much longer tongues, not unlike the long-tongued numbats. Echidnas, however, don't have stomachs. Sure, they have a digestive system, with enzymatic processes for breaking down their food, but they have no stomach to speak of. Echidnas are also able to sense the weak electrical fields of their prey, using electroreceptors on the tips of their noses.
So cool.
Kind of like sharks and, well, platypuses.
Yeah, so platypus and hedgehogs are... hedgehogs, sorry. Platypus and echidnas, goodness. Platypus and echidnas are both monotremes. They are relatively closely related. You know, they're both monotremes. So they only split apart, I think this is kind of an underestimate. I think it's closer to 80 million years ago they split. But, yeah. So the ancestral platypus would have looked a lot like an echidna. That's such a cool group of animals.
Echidnas live in a wide variety of habitats, from sea level to mountainous regions, from deserts to lush forests. Basically, anywhere their food goes, they can go.
Makes a lot of sense. And Rushwing says both lack stomachs too? Yeah. Rushwing is from Straya. And so... Rushwing, have you seen both platypus and echidnas in the wild? Neither of them are particularly rare, as I understand it. If you know where to look, you can go find them. But, yeah. And Mark Melbourne, I haven't really covered how long, as much as I should. It'd be cool to talk with Filippo about that at some point. But yeah, and you have now very cool Rushwing. Very, very cool. Yeah.
Short-beaked echidnas are widespread.
Yeah, Mayor's voice. Monotreme. You could do that. That would make a lot of... That's a great idea, actually. I hear those things are awfully loud.
Throughout Australia, including Tasmania, as well as New Guinea, but long-beaked echidnas are currently only found in New Guinea, though introduction...
And it then says reverted back to eggs from placental? No, this is the default. Placental, as I was saying earlier, the placental mammals are the weird ones. This is the default state for mammals, is to lay eggs. Placental mammals went in a weird direction. Actually, the theory in mammals in general did that. Marsupials are kind of a weird in-between, but they already give birth to live young. This is the default. This is the ancestral mammalian state. Giving birth to live young is the weird, off-the-wall kind of thing.
Efforts to Australia have been made. As a side note, there is a genus of moray eels called echidna, but it's hopefully rather obvious that these animals have no relation to the echidnas we've discussed today. Superficially, echidnas look like hedgehogs, but this is an example of convergent evolution, where two animals have developed traits that appear similar but are not in fact related to one another.
Look at them scratch.
Echidnas are much more
I want to see that again.
Similar, but are not in fact related to one another. Echidnas are much more closely related to the platypus.
Yep.
For more facts on echidnas, check out the links in the description.
Very cool.
Happy birthday to Hookfang, who made today's request.
And does it count as live birth, really, if it's literally a worm? Well, I mean, it's not literally a worm. But, yeah, baby marsupials are very tiny, but it's still live birth. They don't lay an egg. Newborn opossums just look like little pink beans. Those are newborn, not opossums, but possums, like Australian possums. This is probably like a brush possum. That's what they look like, just like a little flesh jelly bean, you know? That's what they look like when they're first born. And they don't even have legs or a tail or anything. So hard to find a picture of an actual newborn one. because they are... I know it's in the Your Inner Fish video. Inner Mammal, I think that's what it's called. Inner Reptile, that's what it is.
Here, using 3 bones, emerged from our reptilian ancestors who used only one.
And we don't actually have reptilian ancestors, that's a misnomer, but...
For nearly 2 centuries, scientists have been fascinated by this mystery. And one of them is my former student, Karen Sears.
So these are the gray short-tailed opossum, and they have been used in labs for a few decades and are now becoming a much more popular lab organism. They're very cute. So the opossums, like other marsupial mammals, the mother gives birth very early compared to what we would call placental mammals, things like us, like mice, like dogs. So these guys, you know, they're a month and a half old, they're pretty big. When they're born, they crawl up here and attach to these nipples.
Yep. So they just look like that. They're just tiny little flesh beans. So it's like they're not done yet. They're born and they're just this little, just a little bean with like tiny little grabby arms, but no legs, no tail, no eyes.
And they're only a few millimeters in length at that stage. They are almost at an embryonic stage of development. About the equivalent of a human embryo at about 40 days of development, so they don't really have hind legs.
Literally just a little flesh bean. No tail, no legs, just these little grabby arms, no eyes even. That eye, there's skin over that. So eventually the eye will develop, but it's like it's an embryo that leaves the womb, you know?
Limbs, they have no hair, they can't hear at all at that point.
Yeah, there's just like a little hole at the front of the head. They don't even have jaws yet. Just a little hole that they can clamp onto the nipple with. And then they develop outside of the womb, you know? Bonkers.
These opossums are born just 2 weeks after mating. And Karen can see how their ear bones form at each stage of development from early embryo to adult.
Yep.
In order to find the bones, she euthanizes the opossums and uses flesh-eating beetle larvae to strip away the tissue and leave bare bones.
So this is to study how they develop.
These dermestid beetles are used by labs and museums the world over. It takes about 24 hours for them to complete their work. Karen is then left with a series of skulls through which she can trace the development of the middle ear bones from embryo to adult. And what the skulls reveal is astonishing.
So what's really surprising is if you look at these early opossum embryos, what you see is essentially a reptilian style ear with one ear bone. Those 2 extra middle ear bones, they're going to be in the ear in the adult.
Anyway, we'll talk about this another time, the development of the mammalian inner ear, but the point is marsupials, like monotremes, so monotremes are kind of on one side of that spectrum where they've got they actually lay eggs. Marsupials are kind of in between where they don't lay eggs anymore, but their embryos kind of emerge before they're even close to fully developed. And with placental mammals, the embryos are born more or less fully developed. Does that make sense? Let's see. There's a TED Ed video about this. Let's take a look and see if this is any good.
What do these animals have in common?
Oh, is that an echidna and a camel? I mean, they're both mammals. Is that what we're getting at here?
More than you might think. Along with over 5,000 other species, they're mammals, or members of class Mammalia. All mammals are vertebrates, meaning they have backbones. But mammals are distinguished from other vertebrates by a number of shared features. That includes warm blood, body hair or fur, the ability to breathe using lungs, and nourishing their young with milk. But
I mean, not all mammals actually do all that stuff. Like, some mammals are more or less ectothermic. They don't really generate their own body heat. Not all mammals have a lot of hair. I think every species of mammal has at least some kind of follicle, but a lot of them don't have a lot of it. They all do breathe air, that's true, and they all do nurse their young with milk. But that's not what makes them mammals. I want to make that very, very clear, because I think a lot of folks get this wrong, including some, like, biologists I've spoken with before, which is kind of nuts. That's not what makes them mammals. What makes them mammals is they evolved from that first mammal species. That's why they have these traits in common. And the ones who don't have these traits, that's why they don't have them, is because they lost those traits through evolution. But, yeah.
Despite these similarities, these creatures also have many biological differences. And one of the most remarkable is how they give birth. Let's start with the most familiar, placental mammals. This group includes humans, cats, dogs, giraffes, and even the blue whale, the biggest animal on Earth. Its placenta, a solid disc of blood-rich tissue, attaches to the wall of the uterus to support the developing embryo. The placenta is what keeps the calf alive during pregnancy. Directly connected to the mother's blood supply, it funnels nutrients and oxygen straight into the calf's body via the umbilical cord, and also exports its waste. Placental mammals can spend far longer inside the womb than other mammals. Baby blue whales, for instance, spend almost a full year inside their mother. The placenta keeps...
more. I thought it was like 2 years. Gestation period for a blue whale? That's Balaenoptera musculus, I think. Yeah, Balaenoptera musculus. Still got it. Gestation may last 10 to 12 months. Oh, okay. Shoot. 10 to 12 months. I thought it was longer for some reason. I thought it was like 24. Huh.
Keeps the calf alive right up until its birth, when the umbilical cord breaks and the newborn's own respiratory, circulatory, and waste disposal systems take over.
Yeah.
Measuring about 23 feet, a newborn calf is already able to swim. It'll spend the next 6 months drinking 225 liters of its mother's thick, fatty milk per day. Meanwhile, in Australia, you can find...
And I don't know if it's almost a misnomer to say drinking milk, because whale milk is incredibly viscous. It's often the same consistency as, like, cream cheese. They don't have to chew it, but drink kind of implies that it's a bit more liquidy than it really is, you know? And milk is like paste. Yeah.
And a second type of mammal, marsupials.
Yeah.
Marsupial babies are so tiny and delicate when they're born that they must continue developing in the mother's pouch. Take the quoll, one of the world's smallest marsupials, which weighs only 18 milligrams at birth.
Shoot.
The equivalent of about 30 sugar grains. The kangaroo, another marsupial, gives birth to a single jelly bean-sized baby at a time. The baby crawls down the middle of the mother's 3 vaginas, then must climb up to the pouch, where she spends the next 6 to 11 months suckling.
Yep.
Even after the baby kangaroo leaves this warm haven, she'll return to suckle milk. Sometimes she's just one of 3 babies her mother is caring for. A female kangaroo can often simultaneously support one inside her uterus and another in her pouch. In unfavorable conditions, female kangaroos can pause their pregnancies. When that happens, she's able to produce 2 different kinds of milk, one for her newborn and one for her older joey.
Wild. That's cool.
The word mammalia means of the breast, which is a bit of a misnomer because while kangaroos do produce milk from nipples in their pouches, they don't actually have breasts.
Nope.
Nor do monotremes,
Most mammals don't.
the third and arguably strangest example of mammalian birth. There were once hundreds of monotreme species, but there are only 5 left. 4 species of echidnas and the duck-billed platypus.
Yep.
The name monotreme means one whole, referring to the single orifice they use for reproduction, excretion,
cloaca.
and
Yeah.
egg laying. Like birds, reptiles, fish, dinosaurs, and others, these species lay eggs in...
Now, it's kind of funny because she says birds, reptiles, dinosaurs.
Fish, dinosaurs, and others.
So, birds are a kind of dinosaur and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. So it's almost redundant there, but I'm just going, oh, well, actually, right now. A little unnecessarily, but important to remember. And then all of those are fish, which is, you're right, flukefisk, yeah.
These species lay eggs instead of giving birth to live young. Their eggs are soft.
Hey, Casey, how are you doing?
And when their babies hatch, they suckle milk from pores on their mother's body until they're large enough to feed themselves. Despite laying eggs and other adaptations that we associate more with non-mammals, like the duck-billed platypus's webbed feet, bill, and the venomous spur males have on their feet, they are, in fact, mammals. That's because they share the defining characteristics of mammalia.
No, it's not. That's not why. They are mammals because they evolved from an earlier mammal. They're not mammals because they have hair. They have hair because they are mammals, and they are mammals because they evolved from an earlier mammal. I want to make that very clear.
And are evolutionarily linked to the rest of the class.
There we go, yes.
Whether placental, marsupial, or monotreme, each of these creatures and its unique birthing methods.
In at number 8, we have the tradoon. Tradoon.
Isolated. Actually, indeed.
Actually. Paleo, actually.
Isolated, thank you for the 10 months there. Really appreciate your ongoing support. Thanks for keeping me here online. Excellent. Yeah. Anywho. And Casey says, just listening and packing for the convent like I do. There you go. I hope you have an excellent time, and I hope the nuns do not wrap your knuckles with a ruler. I hear that's only gotten worse with time. They're using, like, as ruler technology has advanced, there's, like, plasma rulers now, and sometimes they just wrap them with barbed wire. It's awful. Anyway. For those of you wondering what in the world is going on, Casey Snowart is packing for a convention, and I was being obtuse the other day in her chat, going, oh, you're going to a convent or something, right? But Casey's going to be attending, is it the Colorado Springs Comic Con or something? I forget what it is. But, exciting stuff. I know I liked one of your posts earlier. There we go. Colorado Springs Comic Con, August 21st to 23rd, at table 1113 and the Ice Arena. Very cool stuff. And that's a good looking table there. This must have been from the previous convention. But Casey looks a little strange in this picture. Anywho. Cool stuff, Casey. When you're in Salt Lake, I've got some acquaintances who I think will be going to that convention. I'll make sure I tell them to go check out your booth. Anywho, here's a link. If anybody wants to see this post. Yeah. Bit rusty, but trying to get my setup built. Excellent, Casey. No, it looks really good. And are you bringing the Vaquita as well? I think you said that in the post, right? Yep, life-size vaquita with me. Very cool, Casey. Oh, I'm excited. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. And Magret of Lancre says that vid seemed legit, but I've had people tell me that the TED brand is sold out and they've had some real kooks on it. They definitely have had some real kooks, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they kind of did from the beginning. A lot of their, like, Silicon Valley adjacent stuff turned out to be complete hogwash. So yeah, it's a mixed bag, but this is decent stuff here in this video. Yeah, and you know how critical I am of these things. If I had any misgivings about it, I'd let you know. Yeah.
However bizarre,
Yeah.
have succeeded for many millennia in bringing new life and diversity into the mammal kingdom.
There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I guess if we're thinking about videos online, it pays to be a little skeptical of anything that you see on the internet. Yeah, it's... Well, oftentimes the more you know, the harder it is to fool you. So I'd encourage you, if you're curious about a particular subject, read up on it. Watch videos, read articles. But always be aware that, like, there is a lot of misinformation online. But the more you learn about a subject, the better a sense you get for what's real and what's not. But it's tricky sometimes, you know? Yeah. But don't trust Facebook articles and AI. Those are both... That's good advice, Charlie's Dragon, yes. Yeah. And Magrat says, I've just found that so many people hear TED Talk and they think it's a genius talking to them. Oh boy. I don't believe in geniuses. I think that's kind of a flawed notion to start with. But... anyway. And what's this? What helped mammals survive the asteroid impact? Published 4 days ago from the AM&H. Let's take a look at this. Well. New video from the American Museum of Natural History.
Think about this. If we sit here 6 million years ago, and suddenly you feel the ground shake, and the forest ignited, and everything became so dark and dim, what happened? There's a mountain-sized asteroid just struck the planet Earth and wiped out 75% species live in that
Mosasaurs.
including, of course, non-avian dinosaurs.
Yeah. When he says non-avian dinosaurs, he means the dinosaurs who are not birds. Like, for instance, Triceratops here. Yeah.
But mammals actually lived a long time ago, before the extinction.
Yes, this is very true. Mammals and dinosaurs are roughly the same age. I mean, we could get into the weeds about, okay, what constitutes a true crown group mammal? Maybe they only show up at the beginning of the Jurassic, whereas dinosaurs show up in the Triassic, but I think it's important to point out that you had little mammalian type things running around before the dinosaurs even. So, who's this? Branaxodon. This is a critter from the Triassic, right? You had all kinds of little mammally guys running around. Even if this isn't a true mammal, it's part of Synapsida, so it's part of the mammal side of the Tree of Life. It's on the mammal branch, so to speak. And critters like these do predate the dinosaurs. The very first dinosaurs are things like Eoraptor. Always love this illustration here. That's a really nice one. Eoraptor. Before you had Eoraptor, there would have been a few dinosaurs that would have been earlier that we haven't discovered yet, but But critters like this even before that. You know? Anyhow. And Charlie's Dragon says regarding that mass extinction, it's hard to believe that anything survived that asteroid impact. But all species alive today have ancestors that survived that and every other extinction. Exactly. Really good point, Charlie's Dragon. Yes. Yeah. Every critter that we have on our planet today had ancestors that survived that event. Every single animal, plant, fungus, protist, archaean, everything is a descendant of a critter that survived that extinction event. It's important to think about that, you know? Yeah.
And then the question is then why they survived. My name is Jim Mang. I'm a curator and a paleontologist and the Division of Paleontology, American Museum of Natural History. I have been studying fossil mammals for over 40 years. What you see here in my background are all mammals lived in the Cenozoic, the age of mammals. Many of them are very big, but that's not the case in the beginning of the mammal evolution.
No, they start off pretty small.
Mammal originated about 200 million years ago. So about 2/3 of mammalia evolution was in the Mesozoic.
Yeah, and there's a book about this that I love. Here, let's find that real quick. Mesozoic Mammals book. I might not have shelved it yet. But the book is called Mesozoic Mammals, the first 2/3 of mammalian history. What I mean by that is, I don't know where it is. I have to find that. There we go. Here's the book. First 2/3 of mammalian history. So for the first 2/3 of the time that mammals were on this planet, it was during the age of dinosaurs. They were basically living under the boot heel of the dinosaurs. It's important to remember. Most mammals that have ever lived... Oh, this is lovely. Yeah. Here we go. So, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, this is the age of dinosaurs right here. Right here. And then this is the age of mammals. So for 2/3 of mammals' tenure on this planet, it's during the age of dinosaurs. But see how there's like a big radiation event that happens here? You get mammals that diversify like crazy. That happens right here at the end of the Cretaceous, or rather right after the asteroid impact. Mammals are able to inherit the Earth from the dinosaurs, and they just kind of take over. You know, they looked around them at all of these open niches, and they said to themselves, "It's free real estate," and they took over.
Along with dinosaurs. If we look at today's mammal, we know that there's about 6,800 species of mammals.
6,800? I've never heard an estimate that high. I usually hear about 4,500. What does OneZoom say about that? Just out of curiosity. Not like it's some heralded resource or anything, or, you know, but I just wonder... Mammals. How many species we got? Yeah, 5,046, according to this count. Interesting. I'm guessing there's a ton of... He's probably got a ton of bats and rodents. Assuming that there's undiscovered species of them.
And of all those, only 5 species belong to monotremes from Australia. The rest belongs to one group, Theria. Theria consists of marsupials and placental mammals.
Yep.
In the Mesozoic, many mammals are all small, warm-blooded, covered with fur, and most of them are insectivores. But Theria mammals survived and diversified after the extinction. So Theria mammals have 2 critical aspects, relatively easily preserved as fossils. One is their teeth.
Yep.
Another is their middle ear. Theria mammals have incisor, canine, premolar, and molars. And in particular, the molar have like a triangular shape that combine 2 functions. One is cutting, one is crushing. If I give you an apple, how you eat it? Your incisors cut the apple into a small piece, but you cannot swallow it. You have to send that piece to the bank and then let the molar to chew it. The molar, like this, is unique for Theria mammals. To survive.
And Crimson says, is that mammal in the pink circle pretty much the biggest we got in the Mesozoic? There may have been some that were like badger-sized or larger. I've even heard like maybe a Cocker Spaniel-sized mammals during the Mesozoic, but those would be like freakishly large. For the most part, mammals are like mouse-sized during the Mesozoic.
A condition.
And Neverwinter says, if you want to be a mammal paleontologist, learn your teeth. Exactly. Yeah. Because with Mesozoic mammals, like I really want to find that book so I can show you the pictures in it. It's almost all illustrations of jaws and teeth. Because that's... Sometimes we joke as dinosaur paleontologists about Mesozoic mammals. It's like, yeah, you know, they didn't really evolve other body parts until after the asteroid. They were still just teeth, you know? Because that's all we have from certain species. Just teeth. And if we're lucky, a jaw. Where is that book? Aha! Found it. Yeah. Mesozoic mammals, the first 2/3 of mammalian history. And I had this, I didn't realize it was, the cover was curling up there on top of my shelf. I'm going to uncurl that. Oof. Yeah, so illustrations that we have. Teeth, right here. More teeth. Phylogeny. More teeth and jaws. Oh, there's a whole skull right there. Shoot. Jaws and teeth. More teeth. There's a skull. Teeth. More teeth. Teeth, teeth, teeth. It's like, did they have any other parts? Probably. They did, but we joke that they're just teeth. There's some hips. Jaws and teeth. Skeleton. Jaws and teeth. You get the idea, you know? When it comes to Mesozoic mammals, it's mostly a story of jaws and teeth. They tend to be very small critters who are difficult to fossilize. Teeth are among the parts that are most resilient in the body, especially when it comes to mammals. Mammals put a lot of investment into extra enamel and dentine and extra roots on their teeth, and they have highly specialized teeth that are... Yeah, it's like the most specialized part of the critter. Really high quality teeth, and so that's the part that would get fossilized most readily, oftentimes.
For Theria mammals, to survive a condition like after the impact, animals have a more general adaptation to different food, have a higher chance to survive. So that pattern of tooth It's one of the innovation in the evolution of mammalia. The second is the middle ear.
Yeah, we were talking about this
After
earlier.
the impact, the day's dark, and so hearing is probably more important than vision. But if you look at a mammal like reptiles from before
Special
the
Agent Bob, shoot.
this
If you remember, let me know.
Animal is called Thrinaxodon.
Yeah, Thrinaxodon. So this is before the first dinosaurs. We were just looking at that critter. Excuse me. Right here. Thrinaxodon. Cool little guy. Not a true mammal yet, strictly speaking, but a mammal ancestor.
Like reptiles, the lower jaw consisted of more than one bone. In mammals, those bones gradually reduced the size and then eventually transformed to the middle ear. Mammals with that kind of ear structures can hear high-frequency airborne sound.
So again, those jawbones actually became part of the ear. And we have that. We were talking about that with the opossum. With the possums earlier. There we go.
Possum embryos, what you see is essentially a reptilian style ear with one ear bone.
So in the embryo, it looks like that.
Ear bones, they're
What's cool is that this is the story of the evolution of these animals that gets replayed as the individual animals are developing from embryo to adult. It's like the growth of the individual animal. Like, let's name this one Lil Billy. So as Billy here grows up from an embryo, looks like a little flesh bean, into an adult, inside of Billy's jaw, there are these jaw bones, and those migrate up into the skull and become part of the inner ear. So they become detached from the jaw, and those bones actually become the inner ear bones. That process that's happening in Billy as he grows is the same process that mammals underwent throughout their evolution. So cool.
in the ear, in the adult, they are part of the jaw. And so the jaw joint between the skull and the jaw really looks like that of a reptile. Then after they're born and while they're growing up, those little bones that are going to be the
Check this out.
ear
This is so cool.
disconnect from the jaw. They get relatively smaller and move up to their final position to become a mammal-like ear.
Yep.
So if you have modern reptiles with one ear bone, you have modern mammals with 3 ear bones. I think what the embryos do is they almost provide a link between those two.
Yep. You can watch evolution happen,
The
so to speak.
opossums is from
in their
that time
development.
they're born through their adult, they almost go through 300 million years of evolution in terms of their ears.
It's like it's replaying this whole process that happened over hundreds of millions of years. Really cool stuff.
To pick up all the signals produced by, for example, insects. So these animals have a much more capacity to cope with an environment that is just came out from this catastrophic event.
And this bugs me because they've got the wrong species of Triceratops skull there. AMH should know better. This is a Triceratops horridus skull here. Triceratops prorsus is the one that lived at the very, very, very end of the Maastrichtian stage of the Cretaceous. It's got a much longer nose horn than this. So, like, they kind of pooched this right here, you know? Like, they got this wrong. And I'm sure this was a really expensive exhibit to build, and they put a lot of thought into it, but they somehow still got that part wrong. Like, we've known for a good, 12 years now at this point? It's 2014. Yeah, there we go. Scanella and Fowler, 2014. So Triceratops at the top of the Hell Creek have got this really long nasal horn. They've got a short one in the lower Hell Creek. This is the short nasal horn. Yeah. Oh boy, Crimson. I mean, it's disappointing. Fun. Yeah.
Working on Mesozoic mammals is a challenge.
And Magos Informaticus says, so the development process doesn't just add bone, it's resorbing bone laid down earlier in development to shrink it down again. Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. A bunch of different animals do this kind of thing. And we see this in a lot of dinosaurs, too. You get certain features that show up, and then they seem to resorb. Really neat.
Because Mesozoic mammals are rare, they're very difficult to find, and small. You have to look at them under microscope.
I mean, look at that. That is a tooth from a Mesozoic mammal. And it's mounted onto a metal pin. Like, literally, it's glued to a pin head. And that pin is stuck into the tiny little cork from a glass vial. Just wild. From that glass vial right there. There's the little tooth. This is the scale that we're talking about for most Mesozoic mammals.
They're very difficult to find and small. You have to look at them under microscope.
So one of these days, I would love to be able to take you on a tour of the collections at Berkeley, because in their Hell Creek and in their Fort Union Formation collections, there are just hundreds, if not thousands, of these vials, each with a little mammal tooth like this, glued to the head of a pin, stuck into a cork from these little glass vials. You just open up these drawers and there's hundreds of them. And each one of those probably represents like 100 hours worth of digging and screen washing and sorting to be able to find that tiny rare tooth. So it's combined, it's probably tens, if not hundreds of thousands of hours of time spent in the field and in the lab trying to find these teeth, you know? So Rushbring says that would be so cool. One of these days I'd love to do that, but I got to talk to some of my friends and colleagues at Berkeley, because there's a lot of like university bureaucracy where, I don't know, to do an official event like that, the university system might like require payment for this because they love doing that kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah.
Microscope. Now, with the technology of computed tomography, the CT scanner, then we can get a very detailed, high-resolution scanner of this specimens. We can actually extract.
And yeah, Charlie's Dragon, we did find a couple of teeth at Turtle Hill, and that was wild. I mean, that gives you some idea for like, because we've been working Turtle Hill for I think 4 years now, and I think we have 2 or 3 mammal teeth for like 4 seasons of field work. And we've got like, I'll say 2 mammal teeth. Just goes to show you how rare these things are and how tiny and hard to find they are. And they have hundreds, if not thousands of these at Berkeley.
The tooth out of the jawbone, so that you see the root condition.
Alexander, yeah.
You never know that in detail before we have this technology. So that gives us a lot of information about the evolution that is not available 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Still in my heart, I believe the roots of paleontology is in the field.
It absolutely is. And I'm really glad that he's saying this, because sometimes you hear folks go, well, you know, paleontology isn't really about field work. You know, most of the work is done in the lab or in the museum. It's like, well, you can tell yourself that, but where do those fossils come from? You know, paleontology is the study of fossils. You have to go out to the field to find those fossils in the first place, you know? And sometimes I feel like that's a way to kind of discount the contributions of people who are in the field. Like, oh, well, those are just field workers or technicians, you know? That's not the real science happens here in the laboratory. It's like, well, not really. You know, that's, I think, a really unhelpful attitude to have. So I love that he says this. I believe the roots of paleontology is in the field. Absolutely.
In my heart, I believe the roots of paleontology is in the field. I have been all over the world, and that's my dream. And I believe that that's what paleontologists should do, because collecting fossils, that's...
And I mean, that's... Of course, there are people who cannot go out and do field work, you know? people with varying levels of different abilities, people, you know, they can't travel for whatever reason, and that's perfectly understandable. You know, and I'm not trying to disparage that. But on the other side of that token, you get some people who are like, well, you know, I don't really do field work because I'm too important for that kind of thing. And I've always found that a profoundly naive and elitist and toxic kind of attitude, you know? The people who go out and do field work are often uncredited. Like, they're not receiving the recognition for the work that they're doing, the blood, sweat, and tears that they pour into this field work to acquire those fossils. And so I love hearing this from him, you know?
Utah raptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
And Ariana Celestine, thank you for the 33 months of support. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you, Ariana. And Ancient Freya is underpaid too. I mean, underpaid. We normally don't get paid when we're doing field work. It's been years and years since I've gotten paid to do field work. I think it's 2016 was the last time. 10 years ago was the last time I actually got paid to do field work. I guess you could argue that I'm getting paid to do field work nowadays because I'm streaming from the field, but I'm getting paid to stream, you know? Museum isn't paying me. But anyway, I really appreciate that this guy, you're drafting this love letter to fieldwork. I love it.
In my heart, I believe the roots of paleontology is in the field. I have been all over the world, and that's my dream. And I believe that that's what paleontologists should do, because collecting fossils, that's the only direct evidence of evolution. Yeah. Discovery is forever. Discovery is forever.
That's beautiful. Amen to that. Lovely new video from AM&H about Mesozoic mammals. You're Nathan's there you go, Crimson, yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, you get paid. Oh, you get fed, if that counts for the more biological payments for the daily hours thing. I mean, being fed is not being paid, as you well know. Yeah. There was a whole wretched, horrific system of paying people in food in the American South up through most of the 19th century here in North America. So yeah. Ancient Freya says it's crazy considering how much things sell at auction and how much public interest there is. Well, we were just talking about this last week, Freya. Yeah, 1,000,000%. We did 2 whole streams about that, about the whole commercial fossil industry, the whole auction thing. It's insanity-inducing. That there are these commercial groups that go out and excavate fossils, usually not very good fossils, and then they turn around and sell them at auction for, nowadays, tens of millions of dollars. And they're only able to do that because the public is really interested in dinosaurs. Why is the public really interested in dinosaurs? Because we paleontologists go out into the field and excavate these fossils painstakingly. Bring them back to the laboratory, clean them, study them, publish on them, promote them. And we're often paying out of pocket to be able to do that, you know? Those of us who are paid are usually not paid very well, and we're still lucky to have it, you know? Almost everybody on a dinosaur dig, like an actual dinosaur dig for a museum, is there unpaid, volunteering. And some people pay to do that. So I don't know, it's like the whole commercial fossil industry, all these auctions and everything. I don't want to be too negative about this. So I think there's something to be said for staying positive even when things are horrific. But I think paleontologists would be... You could forgive them for saying that the commercial fossil industry is parasitic. It only exists because of the work that we do as paleontologists to excavate, study, publish on, and promote these things. And other people come in and they're able to profit obscene amounts of money off of that when the actual science itself is severely underfunded. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And I'm sorry for your computer, Mugrat, but yeah, oh man, that was bad. Oh, look who's come here to cheer us up, though. If it isn't Ms. Sweetie Pie. How are you doing, sweetie? What's going on? You having a good day? Yeah. She was here right before the beginning of the stream, trying to make a mess of the desk, just getting in the way, and then you fled, and now you're back. Good to see you, sweetie. Yeah. How are you, sweetie? You having a good day? Did you miss me yesterday when I was gone? I think so. I know her allergies haven't flared up, Charlie's Dragon. No, she seems to be doing great. Huh.
In all the world, there are fewer
holy cow.
full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Wurgle. Thank you for those 5 gift subs.
3 of them
Wurgle
are
just
leading this
gifted
expedition.
5 subs.
Really appreciate that. Holy cow, Wurgle. Superb. There are 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel for the next month, thanks to you, Wurgle. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that very much. And so does Miss Sweetie Pie here. Yeah, that's how I can afford treats for Miss Sweetie. Huh. Yeah. What do you think? You need some brushing? I think you do. Here, hey. Oh, she says, yeah, I'll have some of that. I'll have some of that. There we go. That's from you. Look at that hair. Don't eat it. It's not for eating. It's not for eating. No.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
And holy cow, Spartan, thank you for those additional 5 gift subs. Superb.
So
are leading
Spartan
this
Zero just
expedition.
gifted 5
Really
subs.
appreciate that. Thank you. Lovely. That's another 5 chatters who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you for helping me make a living here. You know, this is not... It's not easy to make a living as a paleontologist. Very few jobs, and they're getting more scarce due to decreased science funding here in the US. The National Science Foundation has been gutted. And from that, there's kind of a trophic cascade that happens. Where, you know, you lose funding in the big funding organizations. That means that there's just less money in the scientific ecosystem overall, and I don't know. I'm lucky to be kind of outside of that whole thing nowadays. Now that I can stream here on Twitch and just bring scientific information straight to the people, try and bring science straight to the people. But I gotta make a living, and thank you for helping make that possible, Spartan and Wurgle. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate that. Uh-oh, Sweetie Pie sees Mini Pie approaching. Here, Sweetie Pie, look. I got treats for you. And then Minnie can have some too in a minute. If she wants. Oh. What's in there? Whoa, there's so many. So many. Eat them up. Yeah. Mini Pie. You wait your turn and I'll give you some treats, okay? I got both of the landlords showing up. Yeah. Cozy Kestrel says science has always been underfunded, but now, yeah, it's worse than it's been in a long time. I'll put it that way. Maybe worse than it's ever been when you consider how important science funding is to the world nowadays. When you take that into account, proportionally, science is probably worse funded than it's ever really been. Yeah. Oh, I see Mini Pie sniffing the air. How are you doing, Minnie? Minnie's down on the ground right there. You get your turn in just a minute, okay? Yeah. Oh. What do you think? Good stuff? Good stuff? Oh, one more look. Yeah, there you are. All right. Is it Mini Pie's turn now? Mini Pie's waiting so patiently. I'm proud of you, Minnie. Well done. All right, sweetie. It's Mini Pie's turn now. You want to come up here, Mini Pie? Hey. Uh-oh, we're going to have a cat face-off here. Oh. Mini Pie has left. Mini Pie, is it your turn? Hey. Come here, Minnie. Come on. There we go. Yeah. What do you think? Are you having a good day? Are you glad I'm home? You happy I'm home? Yeah? Ho, 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 ho. I missed you too. I missed you too. That one smells like sweetie pie. I don't like it. Alright, alright. Oh, that's the stuff. Just the ones you like. Three more. There we go. Dropping crumbs everywhere. Look at that mess you're making. What the heck? And where's Moon Pie, says Ancient Freya? Moon Pie doesn't like treats. So she only very rarely shows up on stream. Only when she really wants attention. And Ios is home right now, so I don't think Moon Pie is interested in hanging out with me. Ios is her favorite. Yeah. Look, another one. Can you eat that? Another one? Why are you being so gingerly about this? Anyway, Timeless Potato. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry it took me a minute to get to your message. Workspace inspection agents getting bribed with treats. I mean, they are landlords, you know? The rentier class. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Look, we got another one. Anyway, yeah. What do you think? Good stuff? You're leaving such a mess. Look at all those crumbs. Look at that. People say cats are clean animals. No. Not in the slightest. So messy. Okay. Luckily, I've already got cleaning supplies over here for when we do 3D print assembly later. Spray that down. There we are. Yeah. And there you go, Cozy Kestrel, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? We were talking about mammals. Yeah. Ooh. Excuse me. Let's assemble our Diabloceratops 3D print in a minute here. We've got another big piece printing right now. 2 little pieces actually just finished printing. A little while ago when we were watching that mammals video, I went to go grab these off the printer. I'm not sure if anybody noticed. But yeah, from the back of the skull. But this critter here, Diabloceratops, is a dinosaur that's near and dear to my heart. There's the holotype skull at the Natural History Museum of Utah, for whom I have collected many, many specimens. There's the holotype. The original. The one that this species and genus is named from. I've worked with the specimen in the past. Cool critter. This is what's currently printing on the 3D printer. We will be continuing our assembly of it, and I'll show you what I have so far in just a minute. But I need to go run to the little paleontologist room for just a moment. So, here. If any of you are new to this channel, you might appreciate a quick little welcome video. I'll play this, and I'll probably get back a couple seconds after it is finished, because it takes me a little bit longer than 58 seconds to go run to the restroom, do my business there, wash my hands, and come back. So, let me start this. I'll be back in just a moment. Ready? Let's go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. All right. We're back and ready to assemble a Diabloceratops. And not to scale. This is life-size, Ancient Freya. Yeah. Let me show you what I've got thus far. Here is the skull of Diabloceratops, top to bottom. Here's what I've got so far. We have the frill, which is big enough it doesn't really doesn't fit in the frame. There we go. Check that out. we've got a bunch of other pieces that are now printed and ready to assemble. So we're gonna do that. And anything bigger than 1 meter plus would be too much. Yeah, Alexander, I feel the same way. This is like the largest, one of the largest 3D prints that I could do that I could still kind of fit here in the office comfortably. But it's also like the smallest, truly impressive ceratopsid skull that I could print and show off here in the office. So it's kind of the perfect in-between. Diabloceratops is not a particularly big horned dinosaur. So it's kind of perfect. It's just big enough to be impressive without being too big. Yeah, Diabloceratops, not a particularly big ceratopsid dinosaur. In fact, this one was probably a juvenile when it died, I would presume. But, interesting. They have it in the aisle? I didn't know that was a thing. Oh no, I do know that. Because somebody was, That's funny, when I was out in the field, working with Don DeBlue, I had a first-time chatter show up, and they said, "Oh, I love dinosaurs. Diabloceratops is my favorite. I learned about it from the aisle." And I turned to Don, who discovered Diabloceratops, and I'm like, "Hey, Don, the dinosaur you discovered is somebody's favorite." Yeah. It's such a cool critter. Diabloceratops is awesome. And hang on, the 3D printer, what is going on here? We're having a print error. Let me see if I can fix this. There we go. I'm printing part of the brain case right now. It's a really big file. It should take about 11 hours, so it's going to go long into the night. But, we'll get through it. Shall we assemble more of this skull? I say let's do it. And I'll see you later, Mugrat. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna move this out of the way. Moved out against the skull. Set this up on our desk. Surface here. So I'm going to be assembling various other pieces here, kind of as its own unit, and then we'll attach that to the frill, if that makes sense. A lot of pieces printed, ready for assembly. So let's do that. First off, let's do the horns. The brow horns. One of the coolest features of Diabloceratops are those brow horns. They're not super long. They're much shorter than the big parietal horns on the frill. But, they're still one of the important parts of this critter. One of the more charismatic parts. So let's do that. go. So, there we go. So this is a really smooth surface right here, the underside of this brow horn. So what I'm going to do is scuff it up a little bit with a hobby knife right here. So we're just going to make some scores across the side while on the occlusal surface. So the surface we're going to be gluing, we're just adding some texture to that so the glue holds it better. A perfectly smooth surface is not going to work very well, or at least not as well as if it's got some texture like this. Just doing some scoring like this. And I'm going to turn it and then score it in the other direction, so we've got a nice kind of cross-hashing going. Just providing a little bit of extra texture. There we go. And now this surface already has, you can hear it when I run my fingernail across. It already has some texture, but I'm going to go in the opposite direction and kind of cross-hash it like that. It's going to give that glue a little bit of extra purchase. Making sure to cut away from my body. There we go, that's good enough. Excellent. See that right up close? Change the focus on here. There we go. Just enough to be able to get that glue to really stick. It's going to go on just like this. And you see these grooves that are running along here? I want to make sure that those are lined up so it doesn't look funny. What I'm going to do is put some Gorilla Glue in here, as we do. I hope this isn't the cat. No, this is me, Cowardly Brave, Danny. Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie were here earlier, but they have received their payment and skedaddled. They don't seem as interested in watching the proceedings here as some of you viewers. There we go. Do a nice test fitting here with the Gorilla Glue. That's nice. Oh man. Beautiful fit. Let's pull that apart and let's put our super glue on to seal that deal. I want to take a little bit of this off. Anytime you've got like a resealable glue thing like this, it's important to try and keep the nozzle clean. There we go. Rolled off the desk. Darn it. Where is that? You do need that. And not have the cap for glue. What the heck? It's bright pink. It should be really easy to find. Weird. Hiding behind some cat hair on the ground. It's only been there for a few minutes, the cat hair, when I was brushing Sweetie Pie. Oh, anyway. we got that super glue on there. Shoot, we gotta get this on there ASAP. It's gonna start setting up. There we go. Nice. I'm feeling with my fingers to make sure that everything's lined up properly. Looking good. Very nice. Excellent. And I've got a little bead of glue right there. Take that off with a paper towel. There we go. That's nice. One of the easier parts to assemble. We've got the left brow horn now. Just like that. Lovely. Our Diabloceratops. Left side, done. Alright, time for the right side. Set this right here. And you can see here I have missed some of the supports. Let's take those out. And also we've got some flash right here, so I printed this with a brim around it. Make sure that we take that off. We don't want that extra flange hanging off like that. There we go. It's looking pretty good, I think. Do a test fitting here. There we are. Nice. But there's still a little bit of extra here. I'm gonna go grab the sandpaper and just file this down a little bit. We've got a little bit of overhang there. Marigus, the Diabloceratops sounds very evil, but it's just a friendly dinosaur. It's funny that you say that. Yeah. Diabloceratops. Somebody did a... the devil horned face. That's legitimately what the name means. But this is really funny. I guess you can get this on Etsy. That's really funny. I should get one of these for Don. I think he'd appreciate that. Good stuff. Nice. And Distinctly Curious says, classic the fabric cutting board. I know it's multi-purpose, but I can think of my grandma making quilts. Yep, here we don't really do quilting so much as we do 3D printed fossil assembly. I mostly use this to, like, keep glue off of my desk. But I also use it for cutting, too. But you can see all the glue that's encrusted onto it. Ugh. But welcome, welcome, Distinctly Curious. It's good to have you here. In fact, maybe we should switch to makers and crafting for just a few minutes while we're doing this. Because why not? There we go. Yeah. Alright. Just filing down the edges here. Nice. So I don't want to have any overhangs on this. Still feel a little bit right here, so let's do that again. Nice, okay. Test fitting. Lovely. I think that is gonna be beautiful. All right, let's glue it. And Marika says, I've used a 3D printer at my parents' home now. Cool. But don't know how this works. Want to use it for tabletop terrain. Oh, neat. Yeah. I've used a 3D printer for... I mean, that Scelidosaurus skull is 3D printed, this Victorian Iguanodon model, that theropod track, that horseshoe crab. These are all 3D printed. Most of the fossils that you'll see on this channel when I'm here in the office are 3D prints. I have a very few that are casts, and even fewer that are actual genuine fossils. But for the most part, everything you see here in the office is going to be 3D printed. Oop. I just realized I'm getting ahead of myself. I just put Gorilla Glue onto this, but we still got to scuff this part up a little bit. I think I started this, but I need to do better. This takes a long time to set, the Gorilla Glue, so that'll be fine. Just let that sit for a minute. Gonna scuff this up. Score this a little bit. Add a little bit of extra roughness for the glue to stick to. Get a firmer, longer lasting bond that way. As I do plan on using this particular skull at public events, and so it's important that it be nice and strong. I'm gonna have kids touching it, maybe lifting it up. I'm gonna make sure it's not falling apart on me. That makes sense. And Marika says, a horseshoe crab is something I would print too. Well, if you're going to be doing 3D printing, I'd be happy to direct you to some horseshoe crab files. I think I found that one on Sketchfab, and it printed pretty well. So if you're interested in doing something like that, there's lots of files available. I actually have a few other horseshoe crab files that I want to print too. It'd be nice to have more than just one. Scoring, I think it's called, says Distinctly Curious. That's what I've been calling it. But I'm not trained in sculpting or any kind of 3D art like that. I have done a lot of digital sculpting, but I'm entirely self-taught there. Alright, moment of truth. Uh-oh. That's backwards. Here we go. That's the way it's supposed to go. Nice. I'm gonna feel along all the edges and make sure they feel like they're lined up properly. We've got these grooves that run up the horn. Make sure those are all lined up properly. Nothing looks askew. And that super glue is really gonna start to set in just a few seconds here. Make sure everything is in its proper place. Lovely. And of course, there's this seam right here between the two pieces. I'm gonna fill that with water putty. Smooth that out before I paint the whole thing. Anytime I do a 3D print like this, especially a large scale one, it is a project. This is something that's gonna take dozens of hours. Well, maybe not dozens of hours. It'll take at least a dozen hours to assemble, to chase the seams and get those all filled in, and then to paint. Here we go. Not too shabby. I've now got 2 Diabloceratops brow horns. A right and a left. Not too shabby, right? It doesn't quite look right on my skull, but on Diabloceratops, it's gonna be great. Somebody clip that, by the way? Anyhow. And Cowardly Brave says, have you ever used explosives at dig sites? I'm guessing no, but if some folks who do opal mining say... Yeah, I've never used explosives at a dig site, and we've had some truly astonishingly hard rock that we've had to dig through. Usually for that, we'll use jackhammers and feather wedges. I can show you, actually. At the Ceratopsian site this year in Wyoming, that rock was incredibly hard. Let's see. This is what we want, I think. Hope everybody's doing well. And she's a rock star? She definitely is. She definitely is. Oh, do we have Filippo Bertozzo in the chat? Hello, hello, Dyson Dinosaur. There we go. So here is overburden being done at the site. There's a ton of really hard rock over the bone layer, so we're trying to get rid of that so we can get down to the actual spot where we expect to find more bones. So there's a gas-powered jackhammer right here. And then here I am clearing away some of the loose debris that was broken up by that jackhammer. Can become part of this, can contribute to the scientific process, you know? There we go. Our shade tarp came undone right here, but
this one a really short one.
Let's see if we can get. Let's see. I think we've got. We use pry bars to help like roll some of those rocks over and send them down the hill. I know we've got footage of that somewhere here. Either this or another stream from this particular site. Yeah, let's try that. Day 4. Stream. Oh, are we on? Let's see. There we go. Cemented onto another block, and you guys were able to just cleave that through. Here, let's go back a little bit. Locked it all together. So there's Nick Oliver, who's boss man at this site. He's overseeing this excavation. He's one of the people on the permits.
So cementing like this stuff is probably pure.
Here we go. That would be really cool. Do a demonstration? Yeah. So that's Nick Oliver there, everybody. We've had him on stream before a bunch of times. Good friend and a huge asset here in the field. Like we're really. Thank you, distinctly curious for the clip. I appreciate that. So yeah. So this probably wouldn't be the bottom of a lake, Claire. Sandstones are generally fluvial in origin. Yeah, so flowing water.
In the channel of a river.
Josh is so funny.
Fresh break.
Ooh. So Josh is an aspiring geologist. I think is he doing his undergrad or his master's? I'm not sure. But it's funny because he like presents as like total, like, oh yeah, I'm a jock, you know? So into rocks. And here he is demonstrating the chemical composition of this rock right
here. In here somewhere.
So explain what you're going to do before you do it.
So this is 10% HCl mixed with water.
Hydrochloric acid.
And it'll react with calcium carbonate and foam up.
So this is how you test whether or not
You've got calcium carbonate there? Yeah.
Why rock shock? I mean, totally, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
You have, isn't it you have free valence electrons who are looking for, they're looking for ionic bonds.
Look at that fizzing.
You have calcium carbonate, which has empty outer shells. So those electrons in the calcium carbonate are filling that space, and you're getting the release of oxygen.
Nice.
Which is, or gas. You're getting a gas reaction.
Which is why you get those bubbles.
See it kind of in a crack. So it's cementing, like this stuff is probably pure sandstone cemented by some iron, secondary iron or something. And then in the crack, calcium carbonate has precipitated.
Yeah.
Reaction there.
Very
Look at
cool.
all the bubbles.
Look at that. Look at the bubbles.
Look at the bubbles.
Nice.
Yeah.
Science.
That's part of the reason why it makes it so hard and really miserable to work with.
Yeah.
Is I mean, calcium carbonate is one of the most active ingredients in like what we use in everyday, like concrete and cement. So nature's concrete and cement has found its way, permeated through this sandstone and locked it all together and just made it incredibly hard, incredibly heavy, incredibly dense.
Made our lives a little bit difficult out here.
Yeah.
Given that we have to remove a ton of this to be able to get down to the bone layer. And so how have you guys been doing that? How do you crack through like nature's cement here?
Horsepower and sheer will. Using a lot of leverage. A lot of this is exfoliating, fracturing naturally. So we're going along a lot of natural fractures, exfoliate.
And Cozy Kestrel says, I love when someone's personality doesn't match their profession. I think this does actually match a lot more closely than you might realize, because a ton of geologists are a lot like Nick and Josh and Quinn. It's a very hands-on kind of science. There's often a lot of field work. There's often a lot of manual labor. And people who just love to be outside, you know? Like, Nick is not a lab lubber. He's not, you know, a lab rat. He's a field mouse, you know, like me. Yeah, you know, I'm comfortable in the lab too, but like we're outdoors people, you know.
Which is where rocks
exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah,
generally along bedding. Yeah, we're using these pry bars, using some leverage, getting some good fulcrums to wedge the stuff out, wiggle it out, and roll it down the hill.
Nice.
And everything
Nothing wrong with lab lubber stuff.
We're using diamond bit blades and diamond tipped drills to drill down, cut through, to either knock some rock off or to wedge some tools inside so that we can get some equal pressure and split them apart.
So this was cemented onto another block, and you guys were able to just cleave that through right there? Yeah, that is...
Right here.
Yeah. So just
look at that.
Literally cutting through solid rock, some of the toughest
So we don't have permits that allow us to use dynamite
nuts.
Or TNT or anything like that? Gotta do things by hand.
Very cool.
See what it did to the board.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Check this out. Here, let's show this off. So this is a solid steel pry bar right here. Look at that bend. I hope that we've got a fisheye lens on this camera, so often things look a little bent. This legitimately is super bent. In reality, look at that.
A steel pry bar.
That's the kind
bent
of
like that.
Resilient rock and manpower that we're dealing with here. Pretty impressive. We're just going through these pry bars and other tools left and right. We've obliterated several sledgehammers so far.
When you're destroying steel sledgehammers, that's when you know you're dealing with really hard rock.
I think I can say without reservation, this is the most hardcore of the different sites that we're working at. So we've got a pretty hardcore crew here. That's right. Yeah.
So, dogs.
Yeah.
Dogs.
Yeah. Field dogs.
Dogs.
Beasts of overburden.
With a W. D-A-W-G.
Dogs. Dogs. Yeah.
Those
wimps
at the Ankylosaur.
They don't know what
They're getting soft.
They don't know what
over
it
there.
takes.
They're getting soft at the site.
To earn this. We should do a quick little introduction.
Anywho, if you want to watch the rest of this, here's a link with a timestamp. And it's 13:07 right there. Anywho, that's from this past June 2026. Anywho, back to our Diabloceratops here. And yeah, there you go, Alexander. Yeah, I guess it's not that uncommon to destroy a pry bar or a crowbar or something. Thing snapped in half. Yeah, we had that happen too with some of the cheapo pry bars last year that we got from Harbor Freight.
We don't get them from Harbor Freight anymore because they literally just snap in half sometimes. But these were like Home Depot ones. Like, I think they were Husky brand, solid steel pry bars, and even those were bending like it was nothing. Just nuts. Okay. So, got this. We can attach. This is the frontals of this animal, and this will be what the post-orbital bones and the horns will attach to, if memory serves. They should go on. Hang on. Nope, that's not right. Give me a second here. It's kind of confusing because the actual files that you print don't really line up with the, there we go, they do attach this. It's broken up to make it easier to print rather than broken up as the actual, like, bones are attached in life. So it's not broken up according to the boundaries between the different bones, it's broken up according to how to print it most easily. Okay, cool. Got this and got that. Put these away. Yeah, nice. Okay, so these would be what? Post-orbitals? Yeah. I think these have already got enough texture, so let's just glue these. Here is our left brow horn. Got our post-orbital right here. And we're gonna glue that. Let's do it. And hey, Balint, how you doing? Science Streams. Hope all is well. We've been having a good week so far. We are putting together more of our Diabloceratops skull. This bad boy. This is kind of a dream come true to be able to print this, honestly. It's a dinosaur that is near and dear to my heart. This is one of Uncle Don's babies. In fact, I think if I click here, I think this page has... Yeah, this is from the Geology of Utah website. Here's Papa Jim. He's lead author on this paper. And then here is Uncle Don in younger years. There's Don DeBlue and Jim Kirkland. We were working with in the field. Don discovered this critter, and he's one of the authors describing it. Published back in 2010 or something like that. And now we're assembling a 3D print. Printing more pieces of it now, but kind of assembling it bit by bit as the pieces print. This is our super glue. There we go. Nice. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I'm hoping to have this thing done by early September. Because if I do have it done by early September, I might be able to take this to a classroom presentation. Where Lordy and Ios's nephew was excited about the idea of bringing me to his classroom to talk about dinosaurs. Talk about what it's like to be a paleontologist, all that. And I think this would be really cool to bring along. You know, do just like Jim and Don are doing here in this photo for a field trip. Bunch of Utah school kids. And is this for a museum? This is for me. Well, yeah. If a museum really wants it, I consider donating it. But this is for me. For our channel here. It's gonna be really cool to have this thing in the backdrop. You know, like the other 3D prints that we have. But it's, here, let me make sure that this is including properly. That seems good. Let that sit. But it's big. Where did I put that? Here's what we have assembled so far. That's just the frill. Doesn't even have the face yet. So it's gonna be pretty cool when it's done. I cannot wait. And Belen says, I'd be happy if they gave you 10K. I mean, you can get a professionally produced, non-3D printed, but molded and cast replica for less than that from Gaston Designs, from a friend of the channel, Rob Gaston. Let's see, dinosaur skulls, Diabloceratops for just $5,900. You can get a museum quality research grade cast of the original Diabloceratops skull for less than $6,000. It still costs more than my car, but that's a steal, you know? Not made with love, sir. I mean, it is by Rob Gaston and his crew. I appreciate your kindness and flattery there, Belent, but it would definitely be better coming from Rob Gaston. Anyway, I do these pretty quick and dirty anyway. It's like, yeah. Not the highest quality, even if it is really cool. There we go. Eye socket, brow horn. Let's do the other side now. This is not false modesty. Rob Gaston and his crew do some of the best molded and cast replicas of fossils in the world. And they do them for... They do them on the cheap. Like, not on the cheap, that's not the right way to put it. They are very generous with their low pricing, I'll put it that way. Especially if you're a museum. They'll often give you a discount. And they are very skilled. Some of the highest quality cast you will find anywhere. Really good stuff. We did a tour of their workshop back in 2024, I think it was. Yeah. And that was magical. I'd encourage you to find the VOD if you're curious about that on the YouTube page, because, yeah, that was such a privilege to be able to... It was like touring Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, except with fossils. Fossil replicas. Just incredibly cool. Alright. Let's get this next part glued. Yeah. Belant, my goodness. You flatter me. I hope you and Lita and the kiddos and the cats and everybody else are doing great. And Morris FL says, humans don't look much like their skeletons. Do we just accept that skeletons of dinosaurs? Think that's how they really looked? No, actually. There's a lot of work that goes into reconstructing dinosaurs. It's not just, oh, here's the skeleton, here's what the animal must have looked like. I feel like a lot of folks online, for whatever reason, seem to have that impression. It seems to be like a weird Reddit thing. But here, we can talk about that in a minute. Like, how do we actually reconstruct dinosaurs based on their skeletons, based on muscle scarring, based on volumetric estimates and things like that. Based on things like trace fossils, footprints, all kinds of stuff like that. They all give us really vital information as to what these animals would have looked like when they were alive. Nice. Beautiful. Lovely. Because, yeah, I really want to push back against that idea. They're like, oh, we have no idea what dinosaurs looked like. That's bogus. Here. This has always really bothered me, but, here we go. And of course it's on Reddit. If you drew modern animals the way we draw dinosaurs based on bones alone, that's what a swan would look like. And that's what a hippo would look like. And that's what a baboon would look like. And that's what a zebra and an elephant and a rhino would look like. This is bogus. The way that we reconstruct dinosaurs is based on their skeletons, but it's also based on things like preserved skin and actual preserved flesh in some cases. Based on footprints. Here. There we go. So there's a duck-billed dinosaur there, Edmontosaurus, and that is its hand preserved with skin and some of the flesh still on, fossilized. We've got a bunch of these now, different mummies, especially of duck-billed dinosaurs. Here's one of a Brachylophosaurus. So we've got a pretty good sense for what these animals would have looked like in life. And sometimes there have been surprises, like, this crest on the head of Edmontosaurus regalis. That crest on top is just flesh up there. There's no bone underlying it. But there's a really neat fossil specimen that shows that there's a big piece of skin there, like skin and flesh, this big bump on top of the animal's head. Which was a surprise, because the skull doesn't reflect that. But when you have really well-preserved fossils, like look at this skin right here. It gives us much more information than I think a lot of folks on Reddit realize, you know? So yeah. And that was Dakota, the dinosaur mummy. Exactly, Deathsaurus. I've met Dakota in person. I got to go see that specimen before SVP in 2024. I got like a personal little tour. There is a close-up of some of that skin on Dakota the dinosaur mummy. Very, very cool. So yeah, really neat. But yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, there's no way to know with 100% accuracy how these animals sounded. True, yeah. We can come to approximations with dinosaurs like, we talked about this, what, on Monday? With Parasaurolophus and the big hollow crest made of the nasal bones on top of its head. But even that is kind of an approximation, sure. Yeah. And Ankylosaur mummy. I'm not sure if that's actually a mummy, if you're talking about Borealopelta, Hannies, but yeah, we've talked about that many times. Borealopelta Mark Mitchellii is that ankylosaur from Alberta in Canada. Just exquisite. Ooh, you know what else is exquisite? Look at this. One horn. Two horns. There we go. Lovely. Eye socket. And eye socket there. Let's get this glued. The top of the face is coming together. Lovely. And you live in Alberta. Very cool, Nix. That's one of the world's best places to find dinosaur fossils. You're very lucky in that regard. Alberta is a cool place. I'm gonna score this a little bit. And then this surface too. Let's do some scoring here. But here, first, while I'm doing that, because it's not going to be terribly interesting viewing, let's look up that PBS Eons video about Boreala pelta. Mirkrosny Zibin, thank you for the follow. I apologize if I butchered your name, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
His body was washed out to sea. Sometimes after an animal dies...
And Zooey Yernum, hey, thank you for following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
So what happened? Well, after its death, Boreala pelta's corpse hit the seafloor around 200 to 400 kilometers away from the closest shoreline, and it landed up.
So this is Boreala pelta, which I don't know if I'd call it a mummy per se, because I don't think there's preserved skin. I think it's just the armor plates, the osteoderms, are extraordinarily well preserved, and they're all where they should be. I think that's what's going on.
Down, which turns out to have been a common fate for nodosaurs. Computer simulations suggest that these top-heavy animals would have flipped over pretty easily while floating in the water. So below the waves, Boreala pelta came to rest in a layer of stagnant, oxygen-poor mud. Traces of burrowing sea creatures were found nearby, but paleontologists found no evidence that the dinosaur's body was scavenged. And when it was discovered, Boreala pelta was encased in a tomb of hard rock called a concretion. As its body decayed, carbon dioxide and other substances were released, which changed the chemistry of the water inside the mud around the carcass. Soon enough, a tough layer of siderite, a type of iron carbonate, formed, protecting the dinosaur's remains. But how did it get so far away from the coastline? After all, Boreala pelta was heavily armored and short-legged, so it was probably a terrible swimmer, and it lived on land anyways, so there's no reason to think that the nodosaur swam to its watery grave. It's more likely that the dinosaur's body was washed out to sea. Sometimes after an animal dies and bacteria start breaking it down, gases build up inside the corpse. And if the carcass ends up in a body of water while that's happening, it might start bobbing around at the surface. Scientists call this phenomenon bloat and float. Eventually, those gases escape, the body stops floating, and it sinks to the bottom. And no matter where an animal dies, there's a good chance its remains will get scattered around after death. But the concretion around Boreala pelta kept most of its skeleton together. Better yet, the rocky shell helped the dinosaur retain its three-dimensional shape, even as layers of sediment piled up on the carcass over time. Between the bloat and float process and the seafloor environment where it landed, Boreala pelta kind of hit the jackpot in terms of preservation. For example, along with those osteoderms, experts found that the fossil was also covered with tiny polygonal scales on much of the skin.
So there is some skin preserved.
Structures were spread out across the skull, neck, back, hips,
I don't know if you'd call it a mummy, though.
Plus, many of the dinosaur's osteoderms, along with other parts of the body, were coated in a dark gray material. This stuff has been identified as a kind of organic film, and it's loaded with the chemical traces and byproducts of keratin. Keratin is a key ingredient in fingernails, hooves, feathers, and hair, and some modern reptiles, like alligators, have keratin sheaths over their osteoderms. Unfortunately, keratin often vanishes without a trace during the fossilization process. But the organic film on Boreala pelta preserved the original three-dimensional structure of the keratin sheaths that covered and lengthened the bony osteoderms when the dinosaur was alive. The ones on Boreala pelta's shoulder spikes are a centimeter thick in some places, and make up about 25% of the total length of each spike. So this gives us a clearer picture of what the nodosaur actually looked like.
So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to pull this video up, is that not only do we know now the extent of the keratin over this animal, so how much kind of sheath, like fingernail-like sheath material would be over those bony cores to those spikes and armor plates. But as she'll get to in a minute, we also know what colors this animal was. It's thought that by studying under the microscope the shapes of what look like melanosomes, little like color-producing organelles in the cells, we can actually figure out what colors they were.
But wait, there's more. The film of keratin wasn't even the most spectacular aspect of this fossil. This dinosaur had preserved evidence of coloration, and it came in an unexpected pattern. Some of Borealopelta's scales bear the chemical hallmarks of a pigment called pheomelanin. Judging by these traces, it appears that most of the dinosaur's back was a reddish brown while its underside was pale. This means that Borealopelta could have been countershaded, or darker on its upper side and lighter on its underside.
Countershading
can make
a lot
animals
recently.
much harder to see because of the way shadows help us perceive objects. When sunlight hits a three-dimensional body, it tends to look light on top and dark on bottom. So if these creatures are lit from above, they'll look almost uniform in color. Their dark backs will be illuminated and their light underbellies will look darker. Because of that, predators might not even recognize countershaded animals as three-dimensional objects. Visually, they're harder to make out. This
If you're
would have been
far away,
really
especially.
useful for Borealopelta, because even though it was really big, like 1,300 kilograms, back in the Nodosaur's heyday, massive carnivores stalked North America. And one of them was Acrocanthosaurus, a predator that measured 11 meters long and could have weighed a little over 7 metric tons. With enemies like that on the prowl, Borealopelta may have benefited from a little camouflage. Without the amazing preservational environment created by the concretion and the whole bloat and float thing in the first place, we wouldn't have any clue what color this huge dinosaur was or what it ate. And that brings us to a soccer ball-sized lump found in Borealopelta's abdominal cavity. In 2020, Royal Tyrrell paleontologist Caleb Brown and his colleagues recognized this lump as a cololite.
Almost done with scoring
which is
this.
a hunk of fossilized intestinal contents. Even though Borealopelta had ended up in a marine deposit, this cololite was loaded with bits and pieces of land plants. Fossil sites in other parts of Canada tell us that central Alberta was home to a wide variety of terrestrial plants in the early Cretaceous, with conifer forests dominating the landscape. But it doesn't look like Borealopelta was too keen on conifers. Leaf tissue makes up
I do kind of wonder about this
of
part.
all the plant material that was identified inside the cololite, and the vast majority of those leaves came from ferns.
So here's the thing, though. If this animal died shortly after eating a meal of ferns, if that's the last thing in its gut, is that really a good indication of what its typical diet would be? Because, again, what did it do just after it ate that? It died. You know? So maybe that's not its typical diet. Maybe that's something a bit more abnormal, you know? Stomach contents can be really interesting, but you have to be wary about using them to infer the typical diet of an extinct creature. Because that was probably not a typical day for that creature because it died. You know? So, yeah. And Cirrus rainbows, dinosaurs could have been really brightly colored. We talked about that earlier. Cirrus rainbows, yeah. I'm fully on board with that idea. Given that dinosaurs had full color vision, unlike mammals today, which typically don't. Mammals today, most of them are partly colorblind. They only have tetrachromatic vision. We as primates are kind of an exception, but most mammals can't see things like reds and certain shades of green and yellow and stuff like that. But yeah, I think dinosaurs would be a lot more brightly colored than most of the big mammals we have around today. I think it makes perfect sense. Yeah. Anyway.
Which is interesting, because scientists had always assumed that nodosaurs with their long, narrow snouts were picky eaters. Instead of chowing down on a mixed foliage indiscriminately, the dinosaurs would have carefully plucked their favorite plants. And Borealopelta's gut contents look like evidence of this, but they also point to something surprising about the environment that it lived in. Inside the cololite, the researchers discovered a few samples of charcoal that the dinosaur apparently swallowed. In fact, burned plant fragments represent 6% of the botanical material in the cololite, and perhaps that says something about Borealopelta's feeding behavior. Researchers think wildfires were quite common during the Cretaceous.
I mean, that's the thing, too, is that if this animal is eating ferns and eating a lot of charcoal, that might be a very atypical thing, too. So, ferns famously are like the first plants to come back after a big disaster, like a volcanic eruption or a huge forest fire or something. most things get wiped out by that, and ferns come back first. We've talked about this in hang on a second. This other documentary. Let me go back to this. We've got the fern spores, the fern spike.
The earth.
Here we go. Yeah. Here we go.
What lived here? Vaporized. The messes of radical changes.
So after an asteroid
In Kirk
impact,
Johnson's Denver lab, you can see what happened to plant life.
this is really cool.
Samples taken from below the KT boundary show a high diversity of pollen grains, stained here in red. But above the boundary, this earlier diversity disappears, reflecting the extinction of 60% of all plant species.
Jeez. That's globally, by the way. 60% of all plant
plants once
species.
thrived. Ferns took over first.
Ferns tend to kind of take over after a huge disaster like this.
Unlike pollen, fern spores can germinate on a barren landscape, devoid of living plants.
We have a short period of time where there's only ferns, that's the fern spike, but after that there's about 1 million years of time where we have the low diversity disaster recovery flora.
Anyway, this is after the asteroid hit that ended the age of dinosaurs. But in this case, when we're talking about Borealopelta, if there's charcoal in its guts and there's pieces of ferns, well, maybe this is an animal that it died because it's living in an environment that was hit really hard by wildfires. And it wasn't able to get enough to eat, eventually died. And then, you know, got washed out to sea in a river or something. That might not be a good indication of what this dinosaur's typical diet would be. Does that make sense?
Or apparently swallowed. In fact, burned plant fragments represent 6% of the botanical material in the cololite, and perhaps that says something about Borealopelta's feeding behavior. Researchers think wildfires were quite common during the Cretaceous. When Borealopelta was alive, oxygen may have made up around 30% of Earth's atmosphere,
I do kind of wonder about that too, whether the atmospheric composition was really that different.
compared to just 21% today. And when these natural disasters happen, ferns often bounce back faster than other plants do. For a brief period, ferns may actually dominate a post-fire landscape as the environment recovers.
But that doesn't mean that this animal was specialized to eat ferns. That may have just been the only plant material around after a really bad wildfire.
So if Borealopelta was a picky eater with a taste for ferns, then maybe the dinosaur was attracted to wildfire-stricken areas where these plants were thriving.
Again, it might not be a normal thing. Like, that might not be what this animal wanted to do. It may have died because here's a wildfire-stricken area and ferns are the only thing it can get, and then it died. Like, we don't know that. So, like, we've always got to be careful about this kind of thing. You know? How old is this video, says Alexander Morrison? 6 years old.
Between the remnants of keratin and its preserved dietary clues, Borealopelta might be the most significant nodosaur fossil ever found. And
Very
just
cool.
think, the dinosaur could have been lost to us forever if it hadn't bloated and floated across an inland sea. In death, this creature beat the odds, evading scavengers and the ravages of fossilization before it survived the mining process and caught an equipment operator's eye.
And then it also got accidentally exploded by the people working in the mine. But that's a story for another time. Anyway, I'll give you a link to that video. Yeah. Thanks, Borealopelta, says Annie. Yes. Yeah. Anywho. And well, that was part of the Western Interior Seaway. Absolutely, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. By the... When would that be? That's like toward the early days of the Western Interior Seaway, but yeah. Okay, let's put this together. And also, did I see Shark Geek there in the chat? Shark Geek, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having an excellent day. Here, we are currently assembling our Diabloceratops skull, like you see here, with Discoverer Don DeBlue and Papa Jim right here. Showing this off to a group of school kids at this is the Core Lab facility at the Utah Geological Survey in Salt Lake City. Really cool critter, Diabloceratops. I'm assembling a 3D print of its skull. So, we've got the right brow horn right here. There's the eye socket. There's the left brow horn and eye socket, and we've got the frontal bones to put in the middle there, just like this. It's the animal's forehead right here. Lovely. All right. Let's get some glue in there, shall we? And is there evidence for a carnivore suffering from protein poisoning? None that I've ever heard of addicted to capping. No, never heard of that. Alright, and I'm gonna... I want a lot of gap filling here with the Gorilla Glue. So I'm just going through this tube. More along here. Here we are. Nice. Test fitting. Just like that. Beautiful. Very nice. Yeah. Alright. And now, to seal the deal, our super glue, cyanoacrylate. A bunch in either one of those. And then a generous helping along here. There we go. There we are. Beautiful. That's going to make a nice strong bond right there, especially with all the scoring that I did. Add a little bit of extra texture. That's going to be lovely. And see this seam that goes along here? This I will not be filling in with water putty because that is a natural suture between different bones. We've got the frontals right here, and then we've got the, what is it, part of the lacrimal. I guess lacrimal would be there, but this would be, what is the brow horn made of in these guys? I forget, but we've got the post-orbital over here. So anyway, this is a natural juncture between two different bones, so I'll leave that seam on the finished model. But this one right here, and this one right here, we'll be patching those with water putty, because these are, this is the same bone right here, and then this is actually fused through here. So this line and this line are artificial, so we'll be getting rid of those. Anyway, looking good. Oh, it feels so solid, I love it. It's so, like, satisfying to hold these big, chunky ceratopsian cranial bones. I love it. Can't wait to see it finish. Me too. Oh, hang on.
Wow! The land of make-believe!
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. That was really loud, too. That was supposed to be, supposed to be this.
Wow! The land of make-believe!
I've rarely used that sound cue. But sometimes it's appropriate. Sometimes it's just the perfect moment for it. And Henny says, are dinosaur babies born with their skulls not fully fused? Yes. In fact, some dinosaurs didn't actually fully fuse their skull bones for their entire lives. Skull fusion is not really it's often not a great proxy for maturity in dinosaurs. And I've been told that some modern archosaurs, like crocodilians, alligators in particular, they will actually fuse and unfuse their skull bones multiple times throughout their lives, seemingly at random. Or maybe based on, like, conditions, whether they get enough food, stuff like that. They're weird. And if crocs do that today, then there's a decent chance their dinosaur cousins may have done the same thing. There we go. There's a decent amount of... a little bit more Gorilla Glue here. I know gorillas are a rare animal. We're trying to be sparing about, you know, using their glue. But you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Alright, we got our super glue to act as accelerant and locker inner, I guess. Seal the deal with the cyanoacrylate. That's nice and strong. There we go. Ah, lovely. Ah, beautiful. That is really, really nice. That's really nice. Look at that. Superb. Excellent. Yeah. And made from gorilla hooves, says Rushwing. Something like that. Yeah. Gorilla keratin. Lovely. Look at that. Oh, and Aluka, thank you for clearing that up. Aluka says, a common misconception. Gorilla Glue is made by gorillas, not from gorillas. Support gorilla-owned businesses. Support gorilla-owned businesses. Thank you, Aluka, for clearing that up. I appreciate it. Yeah. And do those horns keep the sun out of their eyes, says Hannies? Yeah, maybe. I mean, there is a bit of like a sunshade thing going on with the different bones around the orbit, the eye socket. So that may have helped shield their eyes from the sun. But the horns are probably for display primarily. They could have been used for defense too, but I think for the most part, what's going on with these animals is that they're showing off to each other. Let me show off the skull as it stands right now. Brow horns, right here, and forehead. And now, frill over here. I'm gonna risk it, do a little test fitting here. I know this is not fully set yet, but I can't resist. Oh boy, that's gonna be cool. Look at that. Oh man! Nice. That is lovely. That's really nice. That's really nice. In fact, I think we might be able to... I think it makes sense to get this fitted right now. What I'm gonna do is score that part a bit while this continues to set. And finding a way to hold this here without it knocking everything over is a little tricky. Alright, I'm gonna score this more a little bit. Just give it a little bit extra texture. For the glue to stick to. honestly, these rectangular pegs that have been sculpted into the model work pretty well. So, if anything, this scoring might be a little overkill, but it's okay. Better safe than sorry. Nice. Well, let's see about getting this on there. Again, it barely fits on the desk. These are really in the way. I'm trying not to skewer myself on these parietal horns. Heavy parietals. There we go. Nice. Lovely. Alright, let's glue that on. Generous with the Gorilla Glue. Oh, and what is that? Hang on. Marcy Walks Dogs, hey. Thank you for,
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Thank you, Marcy Walks Dogs, for your continued support.
I just got
26
home
months
from
now.
a reptarium where I got to meet a capybara. And
Oh,
now
cool.
I'm here. It is a good day. Less than 3.
That sounds like a great day. Thank you, Marcy Walks Dogs. Capybaras are really neat. The world's largest living rodent. Super cool. That's awesome. How did you get so lucky? That's really, really cool. I've never met a capybara in person. A more than 3 day? I agree, Charlie's Dragon. Maybe significantly more than 3. Alright, I'm trying to be quick about the super glue before it starts to set. Alright, moment of truth. Let's get this on there. There we are. Nice. It fits. Lovely. So I'm just gonna kind of hold this here for a minute. Maybe several minutes while it sets. There we go. Get it in there. It's occluding nicely. Lovely. Beautiful. Oh man, this is... I think of Diabloceratops as being kind of a smallish ceratopsid dinosaur. Which, yeah, it kind of is, sort of. But also, that individual, that holotype might be immature. But even as a potentially immature ceratopsid, not that big, it's still a big animal, you know? The skull is way bigger than mine. Gloves to avoid getting on your hands. I've not gotten any glue on my hands so far, not really. So the glue's not dangerous. I think I would make a lot more mistakes if I were wearing gloves, to be honest. They're just kind of a pain in the butt. And we absolutely do not use gloves when we're excavating fossils in the field. That's a recipe for disaster, wearing gloves in the quarry. You need to be able to feel what you're doing. And oftentimes, like the extra fabric and stuff on gloves, it might get hooked on a corner of a bone, and moving your hand, you might rip it off. That's... I think there's good reasons not to use gloves in the field. Yeah. Anyway. And Henny says, can you feel the difference between rock and fossils? Sometimes, yeah. I mean, you should kind of know the difference without having to feel it, but sometimes feeling it does help. Yeah. And Techbird, that's a good point. Yeah, it is like acting a fast-acting clam. Yeah. There we go. Nice. I think might be about good there. Oh, nice. Check it out. Look at that. Brilliant. I'm going to go set this to the side. First, let me show it off one more time with the wide view camera. There we go. Look at that. Diabloceratops. Not too shabby. Oh man, this thing's going to be big. But I'm excited about it. It's funny with the brow horns and those parietal epis, the parietal horns sticking up like that. It almost looks like a weird table that's been overturned. Or maybe like a saddle or something like that. I don't know. But exciting stuff. It's going to be done, I think, before we know it. Diabloceratops. Very nice. Lovely. All right. Fantastic. Yeah. Also, yeah. All right, we've got a few more pieces, but I don't think they're ready to go on just yet. I also really want to give those parts, like those connections are really, really vital between those major pieces. I want to make sure that they have a chance to really set properly, so they're nice and strong. So yeah. Oh, and that's interesting, Alexander Morrison. It was, I think, Kevin Padian who told me about that, but I don't know if it's been published yet. Yeah. I should ask him. Hopefully I'm gonna see him in like the beginning of September. When classes start up again at Berkeley. Academic calendar. Alright, spring semester. Nope. Want fall semester begins today. Shoot, August 19th? I had no idea. Instruction begins on the 26th. Okay. I might get a chance to ask him sooner rather than later. No emails yet about the seminar, but hopefully that's coming up before too long. Anyway, yeah. And Ava Little says, how many hours did the print take and how many parts? Number of parts? It's not done printing yet. So I'm probably about 60% of the way through. I think there's 63 different parts. And And so far it's taken probably about 150 hours. So all told, probably 300 to 400 hours total of print time. I am printing with a small diameter nozzle, though, to get higher levels of detail. A 0.25 millimeter nozzle, I think. Whereas when I did the Rex skull, huge one, I used a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, so it would print like at least twice as fast. Is this a 0.25 or what is it? Hang on a sec. What size is that nozzle? Big one. What's the little one that I have? 0.25, yeah. Yeah, so 0.25 to 0.8, that's should be almost 4 times faster, although in practice it's not actually that much faster. Anyway, it's going to take a long time to print, but it is going to be well worth it. Having a Diabloceratops skull on display, being able to take this to public events and stuff, I cannot wait. I am jazzed about this. And it's going to be, I think, a lot more impressive than the Protoceratops, which is... It's smaller, but it's also just not nearly as charismatic as a big spiky thing like this, you know? Here's Protoceratops, right here. Which, while it is very cool, it just doesn't have the same kind of crowd appeal that Diabloceratops has. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Really cool. This is going to be a crowd pleaser. And Murph says, do you think the top horns are ornamental? What's the benefit of that type of ornamentation if there's no dimorphism, species recognition? I think it has something to do with ontogeny. I think as these animals are growing and developing, their horns are going to look different at different stages of growth. This is my guess anyway. It requires something to really be demonstrated. But I suspect that there are maybe different growth stages who are hanging out together at different growth stages. So, like, the small juveniles are hanging out together, the larger juveniles are hanging out together, the subadults are hanging out together, and it's like once they reach certain developmental stages, those horns kind of signal that. That's my guess, anyway. It could be a species recognition thing, too, to keep them from accidentally interbreeding with closely related species. But I betcha it's a, hey, look at me, I'm super mature, or I'm a subadult, or I'm this, or I'm that. You know, it could be a combination of the two, also. Species recognition and ontogeny signaling, maybe. But yeah. But it's a great question, Murph. We're still figuring some of this stuff out. And again, at some point, I really want to bring Denver Fowler on to do a whole, like, ceratopsid stream where we talk about the evolution of these horns and frills and what they may have been for, and then what that can potentially tell us about how these lineages are evolving over time. Which particular genera and species might be the ancestors of later ones? Can we actually watch evolution take place here? Is there a story that we can pull out of this that actually shows which ceratopsids evolved from which other ones? Where are the missing pieces? Where might we find those fossils that can fill in those gaps? There's so many, like, cool directions I could take this in, and I'm excited to talk to Denver about that and maybe do a stream with them at some point. Yeah. Generational titles, that's a good question. I don't know. But yeah. And I do put water putty in the seams before I paint, yeah. Alexander was saying about crocs, the very shape and reinforcement of their skull would demand the structure not be compromised by bone loss. So I'm not talking about fenestrae closing up. What I'm talking about is the sutures between different bones. Say like the frontals fusing up and then unfusing and then refusing throughout their lifetimes. Stuff like that. And I've seen alligator skulls where like one side of the skull is fused and the other side isn't. And what's the story there, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. With that said, it's almost 6 o'clock here. Hey, Nero TBF. Hi, I'm sorry. I got a bunch of stuff to do tonight. I'm gonna wrap this up a little bit early tonight. 15 minutes early. I'm excited for this other piece of the brain case to print too. That's gonna be really cool. But yeah, and sounds good, Alexander. I'm excited to see what you dig up, actually. Because I've just been told that crocs do wacky things with fusing and unfusing parts of their skulls, but I've never actually seen that in the literature anywhere. So, yeah. Anywho, let's go ahead and start wrapping up here. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, so tune in then. It's Thursday Birds Day tomorrow, by the way. Let's put a mammal skull under our credits for today. Because why not? There's our credits. We're gonna go right into somebody else doing some science, hopefully. Who have we got? Oh, Reiko's on. Excellent. We're gonna go right into Reiko. But thank you to everybody showing up in our credits, from new followers and raiders. Thanks for discovering the channel and hanging out with us. To the subscribers and the resubscribers, the gifters, the cheerers, the people who make these streams financially feasible. Couldn't do this without you. And I'm grateful for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. And thank you for helping subsidize it for people who can't afford to support the channel. Those who gift subs, those who subscribe themselves, you're ensuring that there's a free resource available to everybody. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for the power-ups. That's a new thing. That must be those bits interactions with the enlarged, embiggened emotes. Cool. For those, and the moderators. Thank you so much, mods, for everything that you do to keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, regardless of their level of expertise or maturity or English proficiency or whatever. Everybody should have the opportunity to learn about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, and thank you for making it possible for me to do these streams by keeping an eye on the chat, mods. I appreciate it more than you know. Hope to see you again tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day. Until then, you all take care of yourselves and each other, and let's go right into fellow scientist Rhacodactylus and see what he's up to today. Take care, everybody. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.